Let's go.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect
from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the RES Regional here at Relog, where we are crowning a champion for the Southeast Asian region for the second tour. If we look back at our first tour, it was a wild run for some of these SEA teams, but now for the second one, there's more points up for grab. There's $25,000 for the winner of this Grand Final series. It's going to be a best of three, so 2 wins is all that's required to take that win. My name is T-Panda, of course, joined by Kips. Kips, apparently you had a bit of a operation yesterday. Well, let's see what kind of an operation we have ahead of us today. Looking at our final pair that we have, the two teams that made it all the way through, Neon Esports and Team Tough. What are your primary thoughts about this day?
My primary thoughts are here that I wanted these two teams to meet again in the final. I said so specifically when we rounded out the group stage, and well, here we are. And we're finally going to get to see which one of the two of these is the proper best team. In Southeast Asia that we've got going right now. So I am very excited. Of course, I am also Team Tough biased as usual. No surprises there.
Of course you are.
Just because I think it's a very cool thing for them to have come this far, and they put in all the hard work. It's been visible time and time again, and Neon are going to have the unenviable position of stopping them off from a favorite position. Because if I was Neon, I would still be seeing myself as a favorite.
Oh, definitely. Like Neon is a very capable team from the last few months, and I feel like they came prepared for this tournament. They've been rocking some solid results. They didn't play the first tour, though, where Team Tough, they got into top 4, actually got a bypass because Execration had to drop out, meant that they got a pass into the playoff stage. They beat their first opponent, made it into the top 4, secured some circuit points and a bit of a prize pool for themselves from tour number 1. But these are the results from the second tour. As you can see, that Outcast and Salvation Gaming got knocked out in the first round, but heading over into the second, Execration, that had a second pass here, got knocked out. They might have won the group, but they weren't able to beat Neon Esports. Went all the way to 3 games. Same thing for Team Tough, but they have managed to improve and get all the way into the finals, dropping Magaruda 2-1. And now Neon versus Team Tough, the final pair for this one. Neon, of course, as mentioned, they play this tour for the first time. They didn't play in the first tour at all, and they've been a sound team. They've, like you said, maybe put themselves in the favorites position. Hello, Cat. Cat wants to jump on the table at the same time as I'm talking. We're talking Dotes here. So, I mean, I think both of these teams have set themselves some pretty high expectations, but they've also managed to deliver.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the other thing that the playoffs chart showed really well was how much stronger Group A was than Group B. Because we've had Team Tough, Neon Esports, and Magaruda coming from that first group, the top 3, and all 3 of them making it into the final 4, with only Execration managing to scoot themselves in there as the top finishing team from Group B. But even they got dropped very fast, and now once again we only have Group A left.
Yeah, Group B completely knocked out from the tournament, and just the best of this one group making all the way through. As you can see, Execration, they looked unbeatable, but then Neon proved them wrong. Neon took the first game and then closed it out in the third after the tie from Execration. And I feel like Neon is a very difficult team to play against, because it seems like they are very comfortable with the meta. We're almost at the new patch. They've basically proven themselves against a lot of these high-ranked SEA teams from time to time. And, of course, beating Execration not once but twice, but maybe 3 times already during the course of all these qualifier runs. And now looking for their first tournament victory of the year.
Yeah, exactly. If you look at all of the heroes that are doing really well in other tournaments or for other teams right now, things like the Faces Void keep popping up, right? Things like the Timber Saw. And we have seen Neon already wield those heroes to great effect.
And of course, their opponents for this one, Team Tough. The first time for a grand finals for them. A team that has been setting some high expectations based on what happened in the first tour, getting into the top 4 position, and now all the way to the top 2, and could potentially steal the whole show. This roster of Mamang Daya, who's been a very capable mid player. You look at their supports. Kishka has been playing a stellar tournament so far with the pair up of Seimei in position 3 in the offlane. I feel like the Mongolians in this team, compared to IHC, which was like, oh, this is a hot team, this feels like an even hotter team coming out from this Mongolian region, of course, reinforced with the Indonesian mid, Mamang Daya. They've got a lot of promise, and now I want them to live up to that promise as well, because the matchup here today, I mean, they've beaten some tough teams on the way getting through to this point, but this is a whole another level of challenge for them, because Neon is on a hot streak, and Team Tough, they got to find that similarity of momentum.
Exactly. Team Tough having had just a little bit of a tougher matchup going into the final two here. Did lose an extremely long slugfest to Matt Garuda yesterday. 'Cause, I was checking the scores yesterday. I was refreshing our internal sheet. It's like, where's the score? Where's the score? It's not there yet. Are they forgetting? No, they're still in map 1.
Yeah, and Garuda, yeah, they took that after 60 minutes, and it must be a pretty rough defeat as well, knowing that, yeah, our tournament lives are on the line now. We lose the first game. We can't afford to drop another. And then they managed to turn the course around with somewhat similar drafts, but still a bit of variation here and there. We saw Team Tough prioritizing the Brewmaster and the Batrider quite a lot yesterday. As you can see, the Batrider will not go through by Neon. They've done their scouting. They've done their homework. And Neon, who were successful with the Dooms, the Hoodwinks, the Leshraks, something that also needs to be paid attention to. So I feel like both teams are like, yep, we're going to take the best heroes you had yesterday, and we're going to see if you can pair it up with something better coming into this series. As this best of 3 will be the finalizer, the decider. We've got Kunkka, we've got Timbersaw to kick things off.
10 seconds remaining.
So Neon Esports grabbing themselves the burst damage, the mobility, the flexibility between, well, all 3 roles technically, although I think the only Timbersaw carry that we've seen this tournament fell into a little bit of a hole, so maybe maybe not this time. And Team Tough with the Kunkka, who is of course another core, position 2, position 3. The water park has been, I think, I'm just gonna call it the spell of the patch. For me, water park. This is water park patch.
It has definitely been that. I don't know if we're gonna see it in the next patch anymore. Are they gonna change and do some reworks potentially? Are they gonna leave it in place? But it has definitely been the spell of the patch. I totally agree with you on that. Here's also a hero that has been getting a lot of love these last few weeks, the Disruptor. Very annoying to play against. Of course, a great lane harasser. Also a bit squishy from some points, but still a great setup at almost any phase of the game. And especially if you want to play with this Timbersaw, you want to play somewhat aggressive. You want a +1 for this Timbersaw to play with. Disruptor's an easy match for that.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of chase that you have on Neon Esports is already pretty insane here.
But what else do you really have here? You don't really hit buildings. It's something that they're going to need to fill their draft in with. Someone who hits objectives, like someone who provides either sustained damage on heroes, maybe some physical damage. Usually what you're looking for. If you just max out on magical and pure, you're going to be killing heroes, sure, but then you need to make sure you have wave clear, something that keeps your lanes pushed in, something that allows you to hit objectives. And Team Tough, of course, I'm not saying that they should play defensively, prepare for that. They also want to play their own game. But Hoodwink is already a great hero for that. Just the chasing, the break for the Timbersaw, which is always good with the sharpshooter. But a long-range, safe initiator, a good vision provider, great wave cutter. Hoodwink has really been one of the supports that almost any team, even if they haven't played Hoodwink that much, they know exactly how it works. They know how to make it run and still get some solid results out of it.
Yeah, exactly, because Team Tough hasn't played that Hoodwink very much at all, except for literally their last map versus Mag. So this is still a little bit of a fresh pick for them. I'm very curious to see what Kishka is going to be doing with that. I presume it's going to be Kishka picking that one up, because Crystal Maiden, it depends. They've also been running aggressive +4 Crystal Maidens in the past.
Yeah, it would make sense that Tsukimoto would be the one to pick up the Crystal Maiden for the safe lane. It's already a good answer to the Timbersaw, like really high damage output, especially if they play a Timber 3 that would skip reactive armor. Crystal Maiden is fantastic versus that. Just do spell damage. You don't need to right click pretty much at all. You don't really get too much of a benefit from your level 1 reactive armor anyway. So it holds that aggression. It provides a lot of damage. I feel like CM is probably one of the highest damage output supports that have been out there in a while. At least I know there's a lot of great damage dealing supports out there, but CM kind of provides that stability. Also the mana regen for a Kunkka that has a pretty small mana pool and wants to get the most benefit out of his level 6. You got that 400 damage ghost ship. If you don't have the mana to get your whole spell set out, well, you're missing out on potential kills that the Kunkka could need when he hits 6.
So Neon Esports answering with the Winter Wyvern here, though, which I think is an interesting one. We've seen this before, Winter Wyverns into a little bit of a blind game for Bombi. And it's worked out before sometimes, where he could go full core style, and it's fallen flat on its face sometimes, where he was, running around with his Mage Slayer and just dying. There's certainly no mages to be slain there.
And usually Wyvern is picked into like almost physical damage lineups because your Cold Embrace is really good. It just puts a halt into damage dealing. It allows you to set up, being a saving ability, even if you're visible, they can't do any damage to you, and it just allows you to turn things around. If you stack up, if you want to slow down during the water park, you have the Winter's Curse again, ulti on an ulti. But then there's this guy. I think, like, paired up with Luna, this is already a pretty solid lineup for Neon Esports. We've got tower hitters, we've got pushes and everything. But now we have some scary snowball potential. If Team Tough, they play their lanes correct, you've got Zeus, you've got Kunkka, they want to hit early item timings. Kunkka, of course, like, he's pretty dependent on getting a good timing for the water park, as you mentioned. Like, we're looking at potentially 20 minutes-ish where you have Blade Mail and Ags. Maybe you get the Shard as well, which is probably one of the best shards you can pick up in today's Dota. But having Zeus in your lineup like this, oh boy. Like, if they have a damage issue, that's the Timber Saw. But otherwise, outside of that, these supports will never feel safe being in the engagement line.
Absolutely not. They're always going to be visible. Zeus is going to find them. And Zeus is going to kill them because Cold Embrace does absolutely nothing versus hero like Zeus.
Yep.
And I think this is a very interesting pick from Team Tough because they say, like, yeah, we need a right-click attacker, we need some physical damage scaling as well, but we are up versus a Winter Wyvern. We want to keep on increasing our presence in the magical department as well. So I think that this is going to be a Lightning Hand Zeus. I feel very blessed that we get to open the day with Lightning Hand Zeus because it's so much fun.
Yeah, he's also very irritating to play against from time to time. So, we share our enthusiasm at different levels. But, sometimes it feels like Lightning Hand Zeus can be such a grief in some games. It's like, are you really forcing this build? But, it could just work in this game. Percentage-based damage, pretty good versus the Timber Saw if you ever get to hit him. I feel like if we do see that build, it could be pretty hard for Zeus to execute in this particular game, to actually stand and right-click. Of course, you've got Frostbite, you've got Bushwhack, you've got the Water Park where you might be able to utilize it. And, of course, it's more of a late-game thing to consider. Like, you do itemize and build yourself towards that point, but right now, it looks like a tough game for Zeus to actually stand and hit anybody. He has to constantly stay on the move. You've got heroes chasing you. You have the glimpse threat always out there. If you ever end up next to somebody, Cold Embrace is something... Oh, sorry, not Cold Embrace. Winter's Curse is something that's going to annoy you a lot. Luna with the big Eclipse Burst. And, of course, the further you go, Luna gets stronger, hits that level 20 Conda timings. It could be a tough one for Zeus.
It could be, and so we finish up with the proper carry of this game. Going to go for more mixed damage, bring in that Morphling, who has got great survival chances in a game right now that has mostly damage over time. Of course, you can get surprised by a Timber Saw out of the woods, who might deal too much DPS for you to immediately morph out of, but otherwise it looks like a pretty good Morphling game to me, actually.
It's one of those games where you're seeing a Luna as your carry-to-carry matchup. You're happy picking Morphling into this. It's kind of like if you pick Luna, you easily see a way out for a Morphling because you don't get one or two heroes that you're not good against, Naga Siren, for example. But both are happy. But I don't feel like either one has a particular edge over the other. But it is a good mixed damage game for the Morphling. He'll be able to dish out damage to the Timber Saw, but not directly just countering the Timber, because then if you counter a Timber, are you countering the Luna? Well, you are countering the Luna to some extent. Your timings are somewhat similar. You can stay ahead. You can fight this Luna. Even if you're slightly behind, you can still fight versus the Luna, and your team's going to help you do that. So I feel like Team Tough, there is a lot of potential for the laning stage that needs to go right. Kunkka needs to have a good start. And most importantly, Zeus needs to get secured. Morphling will cover up the rest, which is always easy to play a Fort Protect 1 style of Dota to get this hero enabled. But Neon, they're already strong with the Timber Saw. It's just this Luna lane which could force the Luna to go into the into early jungle because of the Kunkka pressure, if this indeedly is going to be the Kunkka offlane as we're looking at right now, unless there's some kind of weird shenanigans going to be going on here with like Hoodwink going 3. The Luna's going to be forced into jungle after like 2 or 3 points of Tidebringer, and that's where Neon's like, do we need to save this Luna lane or not?
You may now select
And we
your
got
heroes.
one of the prime counters to Lifestealers and technically just heroes that struggle if they can stand their ground and fight. And Doom versus Morphling, this is like an age-old classic.
It is an age-old classic, but Doom's really spoiled for choice here because if you get the Zeus, I think you're extremely happy as well. So I really do enjoy this last pick from Neon Esports here as a very much a hero that threatens both of the cores of Team Tough that are going to make this game happen for them. And that is very necessary because if you don't have threat here, you don't have a lot of hard disables on Neon Esports. Like, you're very much reliant on the chase, on the enemies running away from you. So you need something to make them want
10 seconds
to
remaining.
run away from split up instead of standing their ground and fighting.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
yeah. And this is JG as well. JG has had some phenomenal games on
He has.
Doom this tournament.
And in general, in the course of this tournament, I feel like JG has really been a big force for Neon Esports. Like, Ken has been thriving in the mid lane. I think JG has maybe performed a slight bit better than CDR has in the team. So I feel like Doom is definitely a hero to watch. How does he play this game through? How does he impact Neon? And how well do they get CDR into this one? Because I think I've yet to see that. I think maybe there's a bit of hidden potential for CDR here. Since he hasn't been like a star player, everybody's been like, oh, you need to watch out for this guy. Like, we've talked about Kishka, you got to keep an eye open for him. Also, 4-2-3, I feel like he's been playing some really, really solid carry games. CDR could surprise us positively here, where you just kind of go unchecked into the grand finals and like, oh, this guy can really play. We know he can play, but this is kind of like that hidden potential area.
Absolutely, yeah. There are definitely options for, and just as a Luna, it's really all about those farming patterns, isn't it? It is about whether or not you squeeze as much farm out of the map as you possibly can. Because this is a game, I think, where you have a fantastic 4-man lineup to do the brawling for you. It is very possible for you to outfarm the Morphling here because you have the rest of your team do so much of the heavy lifting for you.
Well, we'll see if that truly is the case, as it is the grand finals time here for Team Tough versus Neon Esports. Get yourselves ready. Also, if you feel like you want to go for some action in gambling as well, I mean, this is definitely up to you. You can look at the odds right now. They are pretty tough. 1.6 for Neon Esports still. So even if Team Tough is not looking as the favorites here, you know, they've definitely been capable of surprising a lot of teams. They've pushed their way all the way into the grand finals. So keep your eyes open. This team can definitely surprise.
Let's see if they can continue that. I mean, the thing is that if I was them, I would already be very happy with the ways that I not just outperformed what I did in the previous tournament, but also definitely the way
30 seconds
Team
left.
Tough has come up alongside IHC now, where IHC used to be the big surprising team, winning the Nation League's World Championship.
Yeah, and I think in general has been the team to watch from the Mongolian region. They've been making some waves, and of course being led by Forev. Some of these players also used to play for IHC, as you mentioned, so
The battle
they've
begins.
brought their experience all the way from there, and I think this is more of a chemistry thing, I guess, getting along with these players. It's just weird, like, seeing how does Mamang Daya kind of sit in with the team, but I feel like he's just clicked very nicely with the chemistry.
It looks really good, and sometimes that's what you need, right? In order to get progress, and in order to get chemistry, you need everything to not be the same. If everybody agrees on everything, you don't get the most out of your lineup. You need a little bit of a spark, you need a bit of friction, you need a bit of heat.
Yeah, bring in the heat, baby. Talking about heat, we're looking at the Doom as well in this bottom lane, as mentioned. Like, JG is something you got to keep your eyes open for. I like that they put the Wyvern into 4 position with Bombi here, so he can just keep spamming Splinter Blast. Constantly keep an eye open for the Morphling. But of course, try to zone out the Crystal Maiden as much as possible. Though this is a really good lane for the CM too. So Tsukimoto, if he gets a good opening, Frostbite into Adaptive Strike, that can be deadly for the Winter Wyvern.
Absolutely. I think the CM, you said it before during the draft, but her damage output during especially the first 3-4 levels is absolutely unmatched. CM with a full mana pool is the most murderous support, maybe except for Techs that I can think about.
And I'm also happy that Neon, since they picked the Doom, they don't force their Timber Saw into the off-lane position. Because I feel like the Timber wouldn't do as well versus a CM Morphling lane. I feel like he gets so much more out of it putting it into the mid lane. And of course, he can handle this versus the Zeus.
Exactly. This is a mid matchup where sometimes the Zeus gets skill potential by spamming people out. A Timber Saw will have no such problems, and you will be... I mean, you don't have a great kill potential on level 6, but, you know, if you manage to actually force the Zeus back, there will be trees.
See, the highlights from our observer as well, Doom picking up a Vex, which is the 3-second silence. Very curious one. You don't get to see this too often.
No, it is not, but if you want to force a Morphling to play carefully, then this is an ideal thing to have in your pocket. Like, you can either get a surprise kill on him with it, because he's, you know, he thinks he's going to get time to attribute shift, there's no hard stuns on your lineup.
Yeah, you're not expecting a silence in this lane from these two. You're absolutely right.
And then, so you're going to play on low HP with the Doom comfortably. No reason, or with the Morphling, no reason not to. And then you get silenced and you just keel over dead. And then after that, you have to play on your tippy toes. Because yeah, he probably switched it out for something, but until you see the Doom actually use his new spell, you have to keep your distance. Because now you can't play the lane like a Morphling anymore.
Also, a lane we haven't really looked at all so far is the top lane, as we can see a glimpse played out there onto Same, CDR, and Castaway. Castaway completely drained out of mana, as the Hoodwink's going to be able to steal the Lotus. They just got themselves a creep pull, but they're going to realize their sentry is gone. This camp is going to get blocked if Kishka is not able to get another sentry in time for the lane. Looks like no as well, because Hoodwink's courier is going all the way back. But we have a double bracer for the Kunkka. He's going to be able to sustain this lane. He'll be completely fine with any damage going his way. Of course, that Tidebringer spam, so he can just keep on cleaving out the wave, push it into Luna. While Kishka is just going to be poking and prodding.
Yeah, CDR is going to be very tired of taking shots.
Also, I love
fast.
Kishka's positioning. You rarely want to position yourself in between the two enemy heroes. As we could see here, he will drop low, but the Disruptor trying to go for the quick snap kill. Meanwhile, Bombi goes down to Mamang Daya, and Castaway will drop to Seimei. They will have the chance to maybe poke CDR a bit here. The Luna has gone quite deep into the lane. There's the X-Mark into the Torrent. This could just be a Luna kill as well in the top lane. Focusing on CDR. Seimei close to picking it up, and one more hit she'll do it. There we go. Double kill for the Kunkka. And of course, the first blood picked up by Mamang Daya, as the Zeus was able to get Bombi rotating into the mid lane. So 3 kills going for Team Tough, and Neon left at 0.
In a split second.
And making another, maybe. There we go.
Yep.
That's a TP cooldown. Bombi's going to have to walk back into the lane. So Team Tough coming in with some lightning colors here.
Yeah, and that is just 2k gold ahead in the laning stage. Now, we've seen Team Tough's playbook before, right? They kill until they get an insurmountable lead. Then they take your next round of towers. They start killing you some more. And this is exactly the start that they want to have for a lineup like this. High levels, lots of kills in the side lanes, ideally not giving up a bunch of them on their side either. And afterwards, they're going to leverage those levels into more rotations and more kills.
So got the, well, Ken giving some poke for the Zeus here. just happily tanking the tower. Going for a bit of a dive here, Crystal Maiden, rotating in, and they also bring in the Hoodwink as well. Can he get this kill? He's got to fight so many heroes. He does get it just in time, dropping the branch down for that quick Timber Chain in, but he will drop to the supports, and at the same time, CDR, with the help of Castaway, with those supports rotating into mid, they get an opening and take down the Kunkka, making it the first 2 kills for Neon Esports, both being core kills.
Hugely important, especially to get that Luna to stay on the top lane, because if anything else happens there, that lane is lost. CDR has to go into the jungle already. Without having finished his power treads yet, that would have been a painful experience. Instead, now it's going to take a little longer for Same to pressure him out.
Yeah, it's like a close to dead lane experience situation where it is indeed important that they do get those kills. But at the same time, I am looking at this Doom, who hasn't really been able to get that much help from Bombi, now dying twice as well. The Wyvern is living in the mid lane, and JG, he's got 13 last hits, and he's gonna die here as well, with Tsukimoto catching him with the Frostbite, and Morphling to help him out for the kill. So this Doom just doesn't have a game for himself, and he's got that 1 point in Devour that he can use to slowly come back into the game, but not the start that he was looking for, and of course that matchup was already looking difficult for him. This is a last pick Doom, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. This was a last pick, and this is... I feel like the Winter Wyvern pick here did throw their flexibility under the bus a little bit. They want to have their cake and eat it too, and now because of that Doom kill, that is a Wisdom Rune snipe for Tsukimoto.
Yeah, double Wisdom Runes for Team Tough. Having the early kill advantage. They've got good CS going their way. 32 denies as well for 4-2-3 in this bottom lane. Oh.
What?
Yeah, Doom is level 3.5, while Morphling is almost level 7. Meanwhile, the boat's going to be used there in the top area. They've got Castaway, Kishka dropping low, and that's going to be going for Ken as the Timbersaw rotates in. Get the support trade going 1 for 1.
And I notice Crystal Maiden is lurking. Not about to risk CDR walking back in there. But yeah, the level disparity was quite visible on mid earlier, where JG is still sitting mid trying to scrape together some extra EXP while the Timbersaw goes into the jungle, but that means he's next to a level 7 Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus just zapping the ulti, getting some info there, forcing JG away, keeping Ken at bay. And also the Arcane Rune taken for the Zeus. Making good progress towards that Phylactery. We'll give that just a little bit of extra chase, throwing in a Arc Lightning that slows you as well, allowing you to close in the gap for an extra Lightning Bolt. While Tsukimoto and Kishka are coming towards mid. Ken's got to be careful here.
One Frostbite and he die, but he knows better.
Oh, Castaway, well, unlucky. Misses the Bushwhack, though, actually. Kishka doesn't get it to connect, doesn't matter. Frostbite's there, and it's going to take a bit of a longer time. It's a kill no matter what. Same is coming in as well. Mamang Dai's going to be dropping low, but Winter Wyvern can't do much to slow it down, or can he? They're looking for it. They've got the X mark, pushing the Timbersaw back, and Mamang Daya got to be super careful. He's just jiggling all his way and keeps himself alive, dodging chakrams, dodging timber chains. And super important that they do have all that crowd control with these 3 heroes they bring into the mid lane, because that's going to kill off Ken, and that will keep him alive and keep him healthy in net worth right now, because we've got 3 Radiant heroes in the top 4, and then it's Luna, and Doom is not even close.
Not even close. Oh no. Kishka's already catching up. This is a favorite hobby of his, isn't it? Overtaking enemy.
It seems like it. And now he's got Sharpshooter too. So if you can start loading up your Sharpshooter, all you need is Tsukimoto to just get the Frostbite. And they'll guarantee a kill on this Doom, and he's just going to walk into this one. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. Poor Doom.
Yeah, it is a little bit overkill, I'd say, but...
As you can see, the odds are shifting quite heavily as well, because Team Tough was like, what, 2.2, 2.5? They're in a healthy lead, plus they might just steal these stacks. Ken, he is intervening in the triangle like, nope, We gotta do something about our stacks here, boys. Can we actually farm it yet? Got some invaders in the area. JG could maybe even soak up some of that experience if he's in the right position for it.
So careful.
Yeah, they're just trying to get Ken online. He's really the only big carrying force they have, because Luna needs time, and now the Doom needs time. So there's a lot on Ken to deliver here.
Exactly. This is the only point of leverage that they have left into the game. He's tanky, he deals a lot of damage, he can force reactions and dictate at the very least where these fights are going to take place if he steps forward. So this is the man who's going to have to do the directing, as we said.
Ken rotating towards the top lane. He'll find Tsukimoto, trying to go for the portal out. And Ken won't be able to secure the kill, as he actually got himself stuck with a timber chain on the other side of the Twin Gate. Looking for Seimei and Kishka. TP's coming in. They do have the Glimpse level 3 available for Castaway. They don't see the Hoodwink, though, and they don't see the Kunkka exactly, but Seimei got the Blade Mail out, and they killed Ken first! Oh, boy, not what you were looking for. And now 4-2-3 with Tsukimoto. Also a reply. And go straight for the Winter Wyvern. Take another kill for Team Tough. And Neon Esports take a bow.
And take a fall.
That's going to be the tower going down and a 3-for-1 trade. Just some stellar movement from Team Tough. I mean, they're already ahead, sure, but they're just getting further ahead with these kind of plays.
Get ahead, get further ahead. And the reason that Neon take that fight there is because they have forced the CM off, right? It's like, okay, we can fight here without having that big team fighter, big damage, magical damage dealer of the enemy here. But unfortunately for them, that doesn't matter if Team Tough bring forward their other heroes instead. It's Tsukimoto. Okay, no, that's not a solo kill. Gets a little bit of assistance. This is so scary.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you've got this Luna in the jungle. Like, every time you go for a camp, you hear in your team comms, like, yeah, let's take this fight, or we gotta respond to this. And then you see, you just hear, doom, doom, doom. Your own guys are dying, and they're like, well, I think I'm gonna have to hit 3 extra creep camps now.
Yeah, distance growing longer and longer, and this is at best a 50-50 carry matchup, right? There's people who say, no, this is Morphling favored, there's people who say this is Luna favored. It's really favored towards whoever gets the most farm, and you get a little bit of reprieve in this game because the Morphling, 423 has just finished off the Lincoln Sphere, which does not do anything for his actual combat readiness apart from stats. He is not that big of a threat yet, and yet Team Tough are more than willing to leverage him.
Yeah, the carry matchups don't seem to matter too much, but JG looking for that Doom. Morphling already has the Lincolns. He's going to have to drop it onto Seimei, but he's got everything out. He's got the Rum buff as well. They got the Winter's Curse, but it's not going to do nearly enough damage as they've hoped. They've got the Static Storm down as well, but the Sharpshooter connects onto Bombi. Bombi's going to go down. The Bushwhack's going to be there with the Timber Saw as well. Ken's going to be dropping low. 4-2-3 in the front line, and they'll be able to take another. And now onto Castaway they go as well with Mamang Daya with the ready phylactery. He's just going to keep nuking this Disruptor on Castaway, and he's going to finish him off with a Lightning Bolt. And that's going to be the God of Thunder saying hello. 18-5 for Team Tough and an 8,000 gold lead right now. This game has been blown wide apart with how it started off for Team Tough. And Neon Esports, they just got nothing to stop the bleeding.
Zilch. This is starting to hurt. And we're now in this position where we've seen this time and time again. If you are new to Team Tough gameplay, I'd like to welcome you to the pendulum swinging, where Team Tough is not actually going to focus on taking down these tier 2s at all. Yeah, they're 7k ahead. They're just not going to be interested in that. They're going to be shoving waves, going into the enemy side of the map, taking their camps, taking kills, then backing off again and doing it all again.
Yeah, and it is an interesting approach as well for the Morphling to pick up that early Lincolns, because this prevents this Doom from getting back into the game as well, because you can't really use your Doom directly. You'll see him coming in. You'll get time to react. It's not like you just get instantly blinked on and you can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, just a quick kill onto the Disruptor in the bottom lane. That just happened. But having this Lincolns is kind of like, it's not your farming item that you usually see on your pause 1 that allows you to get bigger, but instead he's been fighting throughout this entire game And getting that item that early, plus following up with a BKB, 423 can just activate at already 20 minutes while the Luna is still waiting for a timing. So you're absolutely right. They don't have to force these tier 2 towers. They can get to them in a what's it called? A mannered pace.
Exactly. In due time, they will fall. And in the meantime, they have itemized, as you said, in order to play forward. Not investing into like a late game or anything. I mean, you do want.
He's trying to make a quick reply here. Castaway does bring in the glimpse, and now you've got the Morphling, but he's also got the strength shift going on. He is dropping low and low, so even with that, no extra healing going through. 423 will drop, and that's the first good Doom we've seen from JG in a very crucial moment to get it out too.
Very important, yes, because this was going to be the incursion. Everybody on Team Tough was here, was ready for the fight, and they'll still move forward now that they know that a Doom is out. Mission down? No, actually, no ward on Tsukumoto currently, so the only aggressive ward is watching the triangle right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Same going to keep up the pressure in the top lane. We're looking at the Aghanims almost finished. Point booster is all he needs. He's got the rest of the parts already on the courier and holding on to the Ogre Axe. So that is going to be a 18-minute Aghs by the looks of it. I hope he also has the shard on his mind. Like, this is also what I've heard a lot is pair up the Aghs when you get the get the shard, you also have to have the Aghs. You both get them both at the same time. It's really value. Zeus ulti for a bit of scouting, but then they realize that there's nobody else here except for Castaway. They do get a quick glimpse of CDR, but he's going to be able to run away. Meanwhile, the Winter Wyvern, well, they're between two cores. This never ends well.
No, and this is exactly what I was talking about when I said they will ignore the tier 2 towers. So like they might dive even.
Dire's middle tower is
The towers are sources of enemy heroes. Why would you take them away?
Yeah.
This one though, I guess it's a clear consequence of letting them go this far forward. They were not focusing on this tower, but they'll take it now they're here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Still holding on to a 7k lead here. There goes the first tier 2 tower, and it is the most difficult one to push down, which is the mid tier 2 tower. But that also talks a lot about Neon not capable of responding. JG still needs plenty of time. It looks pretty sad looking at his inventory, where he's got face boots. He's about to finish Veil, which is an item usually built in the laning stage. But what can you do?
Dire's bottom tower is under
Not much, just keep on devouring creeps and hope you get on top of it. And I gotta say, normally you're like, it's a Doom, he's gonna come back. But this man was all the way down in hell. He has to crawl his way up through several of the earth layers here.
Dire's
Yeah.
bottom tower is under
Not just the levels of the earth, but I guess, you know, a bit of Dante's Inferno into the mix.
Yeah. Yeah.
Morphling already lining up the Kaya into the buy list as well with the BKB recipe. Just short. And we're going to start seeing some big nukes. But in the mid lane, Ken's going to get scouted out. Timber, X-Mark back in. The Doom comes out onto Seimei. He's got all of his abilities off once again. JG deleted. But there's a curse. It's a pretty good one, too. Sending off on Mamang Daya. Castaway. He gets the Static Storm as well. Ken's going to be following in, but the Zeus gets away. And Bobby's going to go down. Castaway's going to drop as well. And Ken, he's got no way out. He's going to get brought into the water park. Brought to you by Seimei. And that is 4 heroes down. CDR low on HP. Tries to teleport away. 4-2-3. Can he get the kill? No, he can't. But it's a close call. And everything looked so good. But Mamang Daya, the Zeus that was about to drop, which could have been worth a lot of gold, it looked like he Manta dodged himself out from the Static Storm inside the kinetic field. It looked like it at least. Let's take a quick replay. As we can see, they start off on Seimei, but he's used all of his abilities already.
The calculations here as well, like, Seimei knows that he's most likely going to be slapping. Yeah, he Manta
dodged himself out. Yeah, very nice.
Lucky bastard.
But from there,
This
it's kind
is-
of like, well, we've pretty much used everything. We've used
Yeah, oh, and
everything
the-
in this team fight, and Morphling is unanswered for it.
Yeah, and the Luna BKB came in during the fight. Like, basically at the moment that the Static Storm went down, but she wasn't in position yet. This is a punishment. And a half.
Some kind of a reply coming out. Bombi and Ken both going to get their kills from Tsukimoto and Kishka. You know, we do a bit of feeding here and there.
We do a bit of. I mean, it's the right response, right? You make an aggressive move. Oh crap! Everybody's here. We don't actually fight them. Therefore, we throw our supports at them and leave. Make like a tree. There's another timing coming up pretty shortly for Team Tough. I'm not sure how much they want to press their luck right now, because there's 2 BKBs in the works. One for Seimei, one for Malangdaya. Once these two are up, the Timbersaw as well as the Disruptor have so much less to add to the fights. That is the moment where you want your Luna to be an unstoppable damage machine. Will she be? I don't think so yet.
At least the good thing about BKB counters is the Winter's Curse. That can be something to hold them on the spot. But who do you prioritize? It's still these level 9 BKBs. If you're fully committing into a fight, it's not the way to go. You've got to try to find a way to kite. Try to keep pulling them in and out. You've got Glimpse going your way. You've got, of course, the Winter's Curse. But here we go. Glimpse play onto Kishka. JG gets the Doom off on the Kunkka once again. But again, he just gets every spell off. Seimei is so quick on his fingers that it doesn't matter if he gets doomed at this point because he's done his job. Curse to turn things around. Seimei is low, but CDR drops the Eclipse, goes straight in ham. He can get some kills for himself with the sentry placed down on the ground. They can get themselves 2 kills, and they will force away Team Tough. Now Ken on the chase from Amang Daya, and Castaway, well, he'd need another 10 seconds for a glimpse. They're going to call for a quick pause here. Very strong turn from Neon here, because all these kills, they matter so much if the Luna and the Timbersaw stay alive.
Absolutely huge. Yeah, the way that they maneuver themselves towards the flank of that fight with CDR and Castaway, and Bombi, very important that they actually cut off the side there, make sure to hold 2 heroes in place and line them up for a gorgeous clip.
Yeah, the Eclipse play was great, but at the same time, I don't feel like they got quite a lot out of the Torrent Storm. There's a good dodge from Neon Esports, because it is that one big crowd control ability that disrupts your team fight completely. Here we can see the Doom is already spent on Seimei. Static Storm is in a very good zoning position, allows Ken to do his work in the middle while everybody is silenced around him. And it just kind of sets this up for CDR to slowly turn things around. Good curse. Mamang Daya's chasing, can't get a kill. And they're like, boys, this Luna's right on top of us. Yeah, bail.
Overchase.
Couldn't kill off Ken. It was actually the Static Storm placement there from Castaway that saved that fight.
It certainly makes it a lot harder for Team Tough to stay grouped there, which is what sets up down the line to that Bombi's Winter Curse.
I love how they're always asked a reason for the pause, and now Kishka is just writing reason in chat.
Reason?
Yeah, I think I should use that in the future as well. Like, you pause the game and just call your reason as reason.
Mm-hmm.
Please reason with me while I reason.
Give me your reasons.
All right, looks like we're going to get the goal sign, so it's really up to Ken. Does he want to chase? Nope. He got the Disruptor saying, like, I got no mana, I got no glimpse, I got 1 stick charge, I could be able to pop it maybe, but how far do we need to go to get this?
Mm-hmm. This turn was super important though, because one of the things that happens with Team Tough's style is that if you use these towers as sources of fresh heroes, then you're not taking them down, you're not focusing, and once you lose a fight, it actually means that there's a lot of safe terrain left for Neon Esports to play in, because you didn't secure the towers.
Yeah. And also a swing from 10 to 5k, so all this money Doom gets his share. He's got his Midas ready and a Blink Dagger, so he skipped the whole Veils idea. It's like, I'm going to need something different for this game, so I can start thinking about the late game scaling now. This game is not over. Even if it might have felt like this game is over in his head, but his team's just telling him like, calm down. We got a good Luna game coming here for CDR. Don't worry, we'll find our way in. Yeah, Doom's now got an avenue to scale. You talked about Bombi as well, like being this support who likes to turn into a core. Again, we see him lining up the Orchid and a Blink Dagger now bought.
Yeah, he got so much money out of that last fight. He's like, you know what? I think I'll skip the Cornucopia. Nobody likes Cornucopia. Especially straight for Blink Dagger. He got given good positioning in that previous fight, but now he can make it for himself.
Yes, surpassing the Doom momentarily with the farm that he's able to pick up. He's only got 62 last hits, but he's only 700 gold short from getting past the Doom. Meanwhile, Roshan will be secured for Team Tough, so a second life for the Morphling. Now they can place him much more aggressively. And we've been talking about this Kanda for a bit. He's almost got the money for the Phylactery. Well, he'll also get an extra bit of burst.
Yep, and we are looking at, well, Mamang Daya has the BKB. Seme doesn't quite yet. So, this is the man that other teams might wait for.
Dire's bottom
Team Tough
is
does
under
not
attack.
wait. We have a BKB on our Zeus. Now we want to leverage it.
Oh,
Now.
Bombi. Bad place to be in. Well, what can you do? They ran all the way from the Roche pit to the mid lane, so
Is under attack.
he recognizes the threat a bit too late. He pushes up the
Yeah.
wave, though, but he'll die for it.
Alright. How about this dad joke? He went from Bombi to Bombin.
Dad jokes. Yeah, we're gonna need a bit of working on that, but I think that's a good one. I'm just, I'm still processing.
I should not
I
make
have
myself laugh
long
this much because it hurts.
what does it go? I have long cables. Oh, Gleipnir used here and Ken onto the top lane. The Timber Saw not in a good place here. He's got the Eternal Shroud. He's super tanky, but he's got no way out. It will take some effort from 4 heroes to kill the Timber Saw, but they will make sure he's out for the count. Meanwhile, a tier 2 goes down for 4-2-3 in the top lane.
Decided that, okay, our previous style did not work out. We did not get to capitalize as we wanted to. So now these towers need to go. This map needs to be dark for Neon. And they've been checking religiously with the Zeus lightning bolts to make sure they deward vision that Neon has as well.
Doom spotted. Being chased by some Radiant creeps. Mamang Daya was thinking about going in, but sadly no blink on the Zeus. So he'll just have to run after his opponents. Of course, he's got a lot of mobility coming out from the Manta. And, the extra movement speed from the Heavenly Jump picked up from the Talon too. So very, very speedy boy. Sometimes there's just that one moment where you wish you had a blink. All that movement speed doesn't matter. Ken! Oh, no, not again. Not again, Ken.
They don't really want him though. Oh, you can see Kishka still
Spot
looking.
Bombi as well with the Bushwhack catching the Winter Wyvern. Oh, what a kill to start things off for a team fight. Perfect for Team Tough. There's nothing to interrupt them now. And Ken will drop as well. Seimei charging towards Castaway. Sail ho. Swords in hand, they charge and take 3.
So decisive, especially because you can see there that they don't want Ken. They don't. It's like, yeah, we can see him, but we know Bombi is behind him, and we want to get Bombi. Bombi will open up the rest. Ken will be here when we're done.
Yeah, and they caught the Doom as well. While they're pushing
no.
in the mid lane, they just sent Kishka and Tsukimoto, the support duo, catching off the Doom, making it a 4th kill for Team Tough.
Radiant's
Oh boy, I mean,
under attack.
That is brutal. And there's still an Aegis on this Morphling, by the way.
Curse comes out though, buyback instantly onto that, the Zeus could fall. Mamang Daya 1 HP, doesn't get the chance to pop the BKB with the Lucent Beam stun on top of that Curse just about to end. And 4-2-3 won't get doomed by JG. They'll pull themselves out of this one. It's a huge streak for CDR as he gets top place in the net worth now for this Luna. But it does come up with JG's buyback, so no room for failure now.
No, but he does have his full kit again. Well, we have the Khan now, we have the Moonglaives upgraded as well. BKB still had a pretty nice duration. This is a Luna at the top of her game. You just ideally want to get here while the enemy is not at critical mass yet. Which Team Tough, they are certainly hefty.
Yeah, taking over the triangle position here.
Radiant's top tower
Looking for some
under
T1 towers that they could take down, especially the top one. But all their waves are so far. Morphling's also going to cut out the mid wave. They will all TP right behind the Morphling. And now they're looking to fight again.
Cutting them off.
There is no curse for 10 seconds, but if they get it up, they see the Luna Courier. That should give them info where they are. The smokes are popping. Bombi gets to blink out. The Zeus ulti comes out right after. And the Gleipnir
Got the
from
swords.
Kishka will catch Disruptor and Winter Wyvern. And this Static Storm only catches a Squirrel. CDR has popped this BKB. He'll teleport away. They'll get the Disruptor out. They might get the Timber Saw as well out of harm's way. Kishka spots him though. He'll force him to blink back, and oh, can he get out? It's going to be so close. He will able to teleport.
JG has been spotted by Mangaya.
Yeah, JG also dropping very low there by the Zeus. But they know there's no Static Storm for now. Is that something that they could utilize? They're trying to push in top.
This is just a setup for more fishing though. They know that they want Bombi. Again, first they did not quite get enough time to race towards the high ground and capitalize on the fact that the Winter Wyvern is dead. They need Bombi to be gone again.
Still holding on to a net worth lead. Team Tough also holding on to the momentum for now. But we have seen signs of life coming out from Neon. Even if they've been on the defensive end for the majority of this game, there is hope with this Luna. CDR, I'm kind of happy to paint the picture as it was during the draft that CDR could be the hidden potential, and this is exactly one of those games where he could shine.
It is, yes, and he has done exactly what he needed to do so far.
This game, it feels like it's getting easier and easier for the Luna to approach, but for everybody else, like, who are constantly on there, like you were saying, they're tiptoeing. You know, the Disruptor can't be out of position. The Wyvern, they need a good curse. But the Luna is just like, yeah, just relax. Yeah, just relax. It's like, you know, speaking from experience from some of these players.
Another sneaky go towards the top side. Invis on Mamangdaya.
Yeah, a bit deep for catching a Luna. But they've got that cheeky high ground ward, actually. It's right on the edge of that ward. And that sentry only shows this far. So they're not gonna see it.
They also did not spot the smoke as Neon carefully inched their way outside of the base.
Yeah, long wraparound here.
Dire are scanning.
Won't be in time for the
Dire's
Disruptor Ags yet. They'll need another team fight to secure it. That will be a huge game changer. But, oh, a TD rune for CDR as well. Could be perfect timing. Kishka spotted. JG dooms the squirrel. Straight up BKB, suspecting there's going to be more trouble their way. And they'll just sack him. They knew Doom is off. But without the without all that crowd control, missing out on the break, I don't think there's a way. I don't think there's an easy way to kill the Timber Saw now.
No, I think they're baiting the Tormentor. They're waiting for somebody to move up here. They get spotted.
Yeah, it's still the Timber though.
Yeah, this is risky. Yeah, exactly. This is not an opening kill. Ken is not. You want to touch? Bombi?
Very nice curse once again from Bombi, and the boat's coming out as well. Can it save the Zeus? No, it can't. The water park is there. Morphling trying to do some work. They're sending the Timber Saw into the air, and Fortune 3 jumping straight on top of Bombi, but he's taking a beating. There's the Static Storm, but he barely just got the attribute shift off, but it's not going to be enough. And Neon Esports fighting back tooth and nail with the skin of their teeth. They'll take 4 away from Team Tough as they finished off the Squirrel before. They will take 3 extras on top. And Team Tough, well, this is one of those moments where we talk about power fantasies, where you're feeling your lineup, you're feeling yourself that you're so far ahead from your opponent. We can fight a 4v5. No, you can't. No, you can't, says Neon.
Absolutely not. I mean, even if you're 5v5, I think it is a suicidal position to be in. The only hero that you see is that Timbersaw. You need to go uphill to get him. You have no idea of the positioning of any of the supports. Are you really going to funnel yourself into that small gap to get at a hero that you don't even want to kill? The answer apparently is yes. That's an uncharacteristic misstep, I'd say.
Yeah, that means Disruptor's now got the Axe. That's going to be a muting Static Storm. And CDR has also got the money to pick up the Scotty. We'll hold on to the buyback for now. Very much needed at this stage of the game. If you die on the Luna, that is a high ground push for Team Tough. And if you can't buy back, that could almost spell game.
Well, the previous fight is already going to cost you Roshan. You could have backed off, waited for the Squirrel to come back in, but instead, you're ready to risk it all, and here come the consequences. Neon very happy to administer them to you.
How table the turns.
Yes. Yeah, we're talking about how this game was getting easier for the Luna to play, but for the supports now, with this Axe in the pocket, the Disruptor, as well as Bombi having himself Orchid plus Blink.
Oh, Kishka. Again, we see the impact from the
melting.
Hoodwink, but it's not that big this time. Kunkka doesn't get any of the spells out. 4-2-3 is trying to fight them a bit here. Trying to force at least to keep the Crystal Maiden at safe distance. Also the Zeus who are trying to get out of there. They are forcing out the Morphling. The BKB comes out, turning onto Ken. Ken's going to be dropping low on HP. Seimei, do they have the chance to take him out? The Viper's going to be coming up for the Hoodwink as well. CDR's going to be fighting them at the same time as the Morphling going to be battling in the front line all by himself, and he's gone. The Conda from CDR. They just blow up the Morphling, but they've lost 3. They've lost 4. And CDR just quickly BKBs, teleports away. Team Tough, even if the Morphling soaks up the front line. And he's like, I'm ready to take the bullet for the team, even though I'd love to stay all the way to the end to fight the enemy. He does just enough so that they can destroy them one after the other. Disruptor never got the ulti off, and Wyvern also the curse off cooldown. They can't get their spells out because the Morphling is in between everyone.
Great positioning there for 423. Understands that sometimes what you need in order to take the game is not for you to do the carrying, but for you to, well, soak up all the damage, and that's exactly what he did. They're playing this one.
Yeah, they could get the Aegis here, maybe.
Yeah. A little bit of action.
At the same time, the glimpse comes out, but not quite enough.
Seimei stepping between dimensions.
Yeah, you press the right buttons at the right time. I hope you can still hear me. I've got a massive amount of packet loss here.
Oh, I can completely hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. So then it's just the server that's acting up for me. It looks like I'm not the only one, but at least our feed is coming out crystal clear for all of you people. That's the most important part.
Exactly.
Still, Team Tough, you know, the first lane of secured racks, even if there's an Aegis on the Luna, which feels a bit absurd, but sometimes it can go that way, that the team without the Aegis is the one pushing. Really turning into a bit of a, I wouldn't say a thriller, but this could still turn into a thriller, this game, because it feels like it is still wide open, and it's up for Neil to grab.
I nearly forgot that the tier 1 was still up because it was, you know, it felt eternal. Nobody even touched it in 20 minutes.
The immovable object.
Desolator for Ishka.
Well, hello.
Okay.
Is under attack.
I guess we want to hit towers a bit harder.
Yeah, I guess so, but of course also you do need extra damage in this game. Your Morphling went very defensive on his itemization.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, usually you see Daedalus, which feels... We're like, wow, like, wait. Okay, I was like, he's got a second Desolator. He's got a, you know, Death Zone is quick buy, a Death Zone in his inventory. I was like, wait a minute. Really getting two? I don't think so.
I think it's for split as well. Well, Ishka did pick up that's the first time.
There's a reason this Disruptor is being picked this much because of that Thunder Strike. He just walks into a ball of lightning and gets insta-glimpsed.
Yeah. I mean, we've blamed that ability before. We've said that it's extremely niche. But this is exactly the niche where it fits in. And as it turns out, when you hit that, it is ungodly good.
Yeah, bad times bad is not bad squared, but instead, you know, negative values turn into positive.
A very small chance of something very good happening. And there it was. That's a huge opening kill, especially because that...
Yeah, we saw what happens last time. No hoodwink, no teamfight win. And Neon are right at your doorstep. Hannibal is knocking on your door. And Hannibal is CDR. Already down a half. Well, good nukes are coming through. They'll burn through the Aegis. That's still 15 seconds for the Aegis to expire. Still has BKB, has Satanic, has the Dragonlance coming in as well. The Torrent is there, and they're trying to nuke him down before he could get anything off, but the BKB goes off. He's still got 4,000 HP, and he still has the Satanic. But without the BKB, well, not really a successful push here.
Really good discipline, though, to save the Satanic there, though. I think that's one of the things that now makes sure that Buff doesn't chase you out.
Yeah, if you force your Satanic there, it's kind of like, well, he's used everything. You get that vibe.
Get that taste of blood. No blood to be spilled right there. I mean, losing the Aegis in an opportunity like that, of course, stings, because you're not very likely to get an opportunity like that again anytime soon. Not that free of a push, but what can you do? You're up for a Sukuga. He moves you. You don't decide to get moved.
Well, we're 40 minutes into our first game of this grand finals, and of course, knowing this is a best of 3 instead of a best of 5, I'm happy we're getting at least a battle for the victory, because of course it's not just a prize pool victory. You have to remember that these RES points for Relog Media are being collected throughout this entire year.
I don't want them.
100 points for the victor, 50 points for second place. Also with the 25 and 15k up for grabs. Mamang Daya, gotta care about his positioning because he's got a whole team of hostiles on the other side of the river.
Surely this time he's, yeah. This time they want him. Previous catch was just practice. No, instead, Bombi.
Someone call for target practice. And yeah, no snipers here. JG, he's in a good position. Smokes are popping. Zeus ulti comes in first. He got the Doom onto the Hoodwink. And at the same time, Ken's coming in from the backline, getting all the vision that they need. They got the Conquer coming up with the BKB. Seimei tanking in Luna. A lot of big damage. The BKB coming out from her as well. Mamang Daya still disengaging. 4-2-3, jumping the backline. Looking for Bombi. Gets stuck on the cliff. So the Morphling is isolated right now. Mamang Daya has to come to the rescue as well. But at the same time, they're fighting separate fights. So many different fights going on at the same time. The Curse comes out. The Static Storm onto the Morphling. Morphling gonna need some help here. Can they take 4-2-3 down? The Morphling down. Yes, they can. JG does have to use his buyback for it, but they'll take the Squirrel, they'll take the Morphling in a fight where it looked like they might all just get away because the Curse was used onto the Zeus, and Zeus just teleports away because it didn't connect. But oh, poor Morphling. He was trying to get a kill on the Secret Shop, and he just waveformed onto the cliff with the trees, and it's like, boy, I do not want to be here.
He definitely did not, and that was his refresher used as well. That's a double BKB spent for a lost fight. Pain. Pain, pain, and pain, and now they're gonna come for your high ground again. What do you have left in the tank? I think you want to push him out of your base this time, not in.
Yeah, JG is he's picked up the items he needs to get back into this game. Interested about this Yule's choice, but of course you're going to the Wind Waker, as you can see the Timber Saw as well doing the same thing as well. Can save people. They've seen what's been going on with the Luna, getting caught from stun to stun. The Wind Waker could definitely be a tool to save the Luna.
It's so good for Stakunga. Like, water park? What water park? I'm out of here.
Yeah, what park?
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Among Daya, aggressively in the front. Trying to poke the Timber, but this guy has 82% magic resist. Good luck.
I mean, don't wonder what they wanted was
Zeus
Bombi.
ulti. They spot the Luna actually at the same time. The Squirrel getting caught. Kishka low on HP, gets the Sharpshooter off, but the Luna CDR could fall. The Satanic goes off. Does he get to hit anybody? 4-2-3 is right in front. The Eclipse coming out, but no, it won't save him. JG trying to fight versus the Crystal Man as well, but Ken, he's got to get the hell out of there. Boys, I did not sign up for this shit, but the Static Storm can turn things around. No, he can't. Even with the silence on top of the casters, Ken will go down, and Team Tough will clean them out. Castaway spotted, but just can't get the TP out. Oh, sorry, can't get the TP cancel out in time. And this just keeps going back and forth, back and forth. Team Tough, they take this one.
And it's incredible how much of these fights hinges on the two supports, the 4 positions. Between the Winter Wyvern as well as the Hoodwink, both teams are really trying to find the other. And in this case, Kishka, yeah, he got caught again this time, but that was because he was so far forward, because he was going to catch Bombi there. Bombi had to back off, which made a ton of space for the middle of the fight to actually develop instead of running into that Winter's Curse.
Yeah, and they try to take a fight as well in an area with pretty poor visibility. Sucks for CDR is like when you've got your Satanic popped and you're like, well, let me hit somebody. Wait, where is everybody?
Just trees, man.
Just trees. Yeah, if, the good old Finnish, the good old Finnish saying, if you scream in the forest, can anybody hear you? Does the forest answer back? Zeus ulti for scouting. They see JG, but the Wind Waker is up, so he can dodge the Bushwhack too. Melee racks going down. The top lane is also being pushed in. They will get the poke on Kishka, but
no,
won't be able to bring him back. X Mark too strong.
Yeah, X Mark saving him this time. Kishka really doesn't want to live though.
I just love how
back in.
It's not like you're picking Kunkka into Disruptor, but you see a way out from Glimpse with the X marks. Like, oh, they picked Disruptor. I still have this ability that kind of counters it.
I mean, it's one of those background reasons why heroes are strong, right? It's just we see a lot of this in the meta, therefore the counter has more value. Which is, of course, on top of the fact that the Kunkka is just straight up a great hero right now.
Well, let's see if they can contest this Roshan here. They were poking it for a bit, but at the same time recognizing that nobody seems to be defending. Creeps are inside the base. The Scan's right on top of them. Seimei does get the tidal wave to connect on Castaway. The boat connects onto the Disruptor, but he'll just blink out. Nicely timed as well. Won't be caught. The Water Park is used as well.
Team Tough has to back off.
Yeah, BKB used as well. This is not good for Team Tough. They couldn't get an opening they were hoping for. Resources spent. Ken finds Tsukimoto.
They don't want Ken.
Zeus ulti again.
Info,
The vision's there, 4-2-3. They snipe Bombi and Castaway. They're both gonna have to buy back into this one. Ken trying to do as much as he can. CDR coming in as well, trying to poke them back. Forces a refresher, gets another BKB charge, but Ken's just going ham at the back line. They've got Seimei, but now Ken has to run away as he's being isolated. They've got the supports at the back again, but they need to find a way. Morphling bought back in. Maybe they can get the Morph into this fight without getting caught, but Tsukimoto drops and they know they're on a knife's edge right now. 4-2-3, takes down one, goes for the Ken Timber as well. Mamang Daya trying to run away with a heavenly jump, and the Glimpse comes out, and the BKB is already worn off, but Seimei is coming back in. Buybacks on top of buybacks, and Seimei will push Neon out, but another X mark, and Luna's got nothing. But the Wind Waker might save CDR for now. 4-2-3, silenced up with the Orchid. CDR low on HP. 4-2-3 is one in the middle. They take down the Luna. They take down the Tomb as well, and the Timber saw to fall. And Neon will lose members. They're still got buybacks as well, as the Luna and the Timber come back for round number 3 already, as they've got CDR with 4-2-3. He will wave away. Seimei getting poked by Ken. Tidal Wave to push the Timber out. They've got Mamang Diallo on HP as well. The Zeus finally getting caught inside the kinetic field. And there's no escape for the Zeus, but hey, Zeus also has buyback, so let's just burn all of it, shall we? Tier 4s have already dropped inside the base on Neon. 1 at half HP. And what a grueling battle between the two. A fight that feels like it never ends.
Absolutely incredible. Team Tough knowing that they need to secure this Roshan, making sure to focus down these supports of Neon, going back in time and time again to make sure that first get those buybacks out, then take them down again. And that does eventually secure them the Roshan here, especially because at the end there they managed to trade the one core with buyback is the one that they leave behind. Which
very much needed to get that Aegis on your buyback users.
Yes.
There is only one person in this game who can currently afford it, and that is the Zeus. Doom's getting his back in 40 seconds. He'll have his buyback money. Hoodwink a little bit short. Everybody else has used their buybacks, so this next team fight, it could seal the deal.
And he's gonna just hit level 25 as well. We are looking at some really big talents.
These are some pretty early 25 timings as well. It's only I'm saying only 15 minutes into the game, Kips, and we have this many level 25s. Wild.
No, the EXP on Team Tough, because of the way that they fight together, is always quite evenly distributed, and we see that here with Tsukimoto as well as Kishka just hitting their level 25s right now. That's a lot of frostbite duration. That's a lot of acorn shots.
A lot of heavy damage output on almost everyone on the side of Team Tough. Crystal Maiden also picking up that frostbite. 4.25 seconds of root. If you can't dispel it. Curious about this one actually is the lack of Boots of Bearing, which gives you that root immunity for 1.5 seconds. Because they've got one on Crystal Maiden. Sorry, they're immune to slows, not immune to roots. I'll correct myself there. But there's no boots on the side of Neon. You could make one for Castaway, but he's got a refresher in mind, which is probably a bit bigger.
And a glimpse attempt. That's scary. Because if you preemptively cast X Mark, then yeah, if you pick up that if you pick up that glimpse token as it were, you're just gonna get right on back. It also works the other way. You can't simply X push your way safely to victory.
Yeah, you gotta time it right. And of course, with the Thunder Strike, you bring him back, but they could glimpse after because the cast range is so huge. Kishka found.
Really?
Neon will buy some time for their defense.
Yes, buyback.
Mandaya wants to go in as actually sees Castaway, and they're going to go straight for the Disruptor. 4-2-3, and this Disruptor is going to be history. No return for you, and that just could be the ticket for Team Tough. They bring back Kishka for a 5v4. CDR to fight the front line. Ken with JG. They've doomed the Zeus and forced the Zeus away, but JG, he's on a mission impossible. And that Doom is out for the count. Now CDR, BKBs to dodge the bolt. The X mark coming through. Tsukimoto takes a couple hits, but 4-2-3. He's just kiting them with a waveform. Luna into the air. Satanic is up as well, but there's a disarm. And CDR will go down. And just like that, Team Tough, they found their avenue to end the game and force the good game from Neon Esports. And Team Tough, one game away from the championship.
Oh my lord, and that was a slip up from Neon. It was. They take down the scroll, they're like, okay, we've got our favorable conditions again. This is how we've won most of our previous fights, taking that damage source out of the way, which means our supports can now play safely. And Castaway just didn't step back far enough. Because he didn't have a buyback. And we've seen Team Tough try to get that 4v5 before. They're not afraid of it, especially not if they do have a buyback. It wasn't the scroll wasn't going to be back immediately, but they were certainly going to be angling for those kills. And unfortunately, the Disruptor sort of offers himself up there, like it's been 50 minutes. He can finally breathe. No, he cannot.
Yeah, one singular mistake and that can happen. It's, it is a wild position because they got a kill. And they're feeling, like you said, like they're feeling a bit safer. They can maybe loosen up a little bit. They can start scouting out. He wants to maybe make a hero play. He can catch somebody with Thunderstrike and glimpse them back in. But instead ends up being the first hero to get caught. He might have silenced one, but then all 423 is thinking about is how do I get to these supports? And they just handed this Disruptor in a silver platter right in front of him. Easy job for him to pre-BKB, jump straight in. 85.5k damage from the Zeus. Dealt this game, of course, Zeus always deals a lot of damage, but you have to bring out that everybody was doing a stellar job on the side of Team Tough, because they could have let this game slip a couple times for the Luna to gain a higher advantage, but they kept their composure. They managed to find a perfect team fight at the Roshan pit where they forced both support buybacks right away and turned the course in that moment. So well done by Team Tough. Of course, Neon Esports, we're not letting them go. We're not letting them go off the hook. We're expecting them to fight back. Coming hard, Kips here. Primary thoughts for game number 2. What are they going to discuss on the break? What do they need to do different?
I think they need a little bit more attention to their laning stage. Certainly JG having this bad of a game. Like, it didn't feel like it in the end, but this man was in the dumpster for half of the game. And he still wasn't caught up to the rest of the core's net worth, which is something that on a Doom can absolutely not happen. It's a problem. So they need to take care for those lanes, and they might need to make sure that they actually have somebody who can properly start up decisive fights for them. I do think that the lack of hard disables hurt them a little bit. So there's certain improvements to be made on the draft. That said, if they pick another Bombi Winter Wyvern, I am totally on board with it, because that man saved the game once again for so long. So let's see if we get that again.
Yeah, let's see if we can get that one again going. But Team Tough, one game away from the championship. Can they take home $25,000 and 100 Res Series points? We'll find out after the break when we go to game number 2. See you guys in a bit.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hey, welcome back, folks. We're heading over to game number 2 of our grand finals here at the RES Regional SCA Tour number 2. And we're looking for a champion out of Team Tough and Neon Esports. And Team TT are going to be one step ahead and now got themselves a championship point at their hands. A team that landed outside of the playoffs last tour, got handed a spot because of a team dropping out from the playoff stage, made it to top 4. And then this tour, they made it all the way to the grand finals, and now they could be the victors, Kips, which is pretty hype considering the path this team has taken so far.
Absolutely, and you know, when they win, I'm going to say that the signs are always there, but if they lose this one, and Neon Esports is certainly going to have to say something about that still, then I think that all this is really just a step on the road from them, because the improvement that we've seen from them has been so great already. As for Neon, they really got to show up now, because we have all of these experienced players. We've seen some absolutely beautiful plays out of them, and they certainly understand what Team Tough is trying to do to them. They just can't quite stop them from doing it. And this is the moment to show all that understanding, show all that experience, and actually cut through all of these risks that Team Tough are taking to keep them down.
Exactly. This is why I like you, Kips. You bring out the sharp storyline, exactly how these players are thinking about the situation at hand. I know you've been a bit biased in a way towards Team Tough, you know, the players, and I live in that same hype and that same kind of style that Team Tough has been pushing themselves forward. They're living on that good feel. But is this the moment where the pressure finally catches up to you? Because if you start to overthink for just a moment, it can tear you down, and I hope that's not the case. I do hope it is the case for Neon to get ourselves a third game, but I don't want to see a team collapse when they're looking so good after a first game.
No, but you could see the cracks, right? Team Tough certainly overreached themselves a couple of times, tried to take a 4v5 in an absolutely nonsensical position. They believe in themselves and maybe just a little bit too hard from time to time. And Neon Esports, on the other hand, like the resilience that they showed to stay in that game with their Doom in the dumpster, with their Winter Wyvern really having to struggle to get to those core type items. They had to wait a long time for that one, and I think they might just look a lot sharper if this time they draft themselves some good lanes and they do not have to wait.
Well, let's see how our draft shapes up this time, because no Kunkka, no Timbersaw this time around. And we're going to get the Centaur for Seimei here for Team Tough to kick things off. Of course, that will leave us open with a plenty of options for Neon Esports. Do you want a support opener here? Do you want to bring up your offlaner right away to kick things off? You know, the SDs, the DKs are still quite around to be picked up here.
Yeah, SD especially banned in the previous game, but one of the most winning supports of the patch currently. 5% win rate in a certain other tournament that just concluded.
Yeah, and also the absence of Chen. The hero has been completely forgotten about now that it was living on that high rise and was targeted by everybody, but now SCA has just been ignoring Chen for the most part. Of course, it has been banned in the first phase from time to time, but I feel like the favor has finally fallen, or is this the time to pick it up? Okay, that is... I mean, of course, Neon has opened their game sometimes with their carry as their first pick, and this is already a stellar matchup for the Lifestealer. You're going to have to pair it up with a hell of a pause 4 to keep this Lifestealer at bay, but a very optimistic carry opener still to emphasize. Even if the laning matchup is good, there's still so many ways that Team Tough could figure out versus this Lifestealer. How to play against it, how to draft against it, how to play the lane versus the hero. And also, you don't have to worry about carry bans anymore.
No, that has just all been taken away. And I think you can still flex this center if you wanted to. You can still throw towards the position 4 or even 5.
That too.
In the case of Team Tough, though, I think it's a little less likely just because of how much they rely on Kishka specifically. Like, maybe they could throw Tsukimoto under the bus, but unless Kishka says, no, I'm actually going to dominate on this support centaur, which is unlikely at the best of times, then I'm not sure that you want to. So, yes, there's flexibility potential, but they're going to have to sacrifice something if they really want to go that way.
That is true. Like, do they already sack the centaur, or is it going to be somebody else taking the bullet? And of course, which lanes do they put their emphasis on? Is it the mid lane that they're worried about more? Or is it the safe lane they want to secure? They ban out the Phoenix and they ban out the Willow. And the Morphling will be taken out as well. So here's the Shadow Demon we were discussing about. We're not getting a Luna this time around because of the Lifestealer. Is there any way you can flex a Lifestealer? There was a support Lifestealer patch, but that was, it seems like forever ago.
It is forever ago. You don't have any, like, your slow's not big, you don't have a lot of utility. It's, at some point, you can get to the Aghanims, which would do a decent amount of work for you, but how are you gonna farm that up? What else do you contribute? There's absolutely nothing left of that hero, I think. So, no, this is a core, this is a carry.
I feel like Lifestealer support is in a place where pigeons fly upside down because there's nothing worth shitting on. You know, there's
yeah. And the options are really all open for Team Tough here. Like, both the Morphling as well as the Festus Void do really well versus Lifestealers. Both of those are, well, not wide open anymore. Sorry, the Morphling has been banned out, but Void is still available. And this Hoodwink could definitely be a step up towards that Void.
Yeah. Could be. This is a good lane duo. And of course, if that Centaur is still being flexed, we'll find out if Team Tough wants to keep that option open. That would mean your carry-to-carry matchup comes out now. Or an early mid pick.
As well. Yeah, this has got to be carry or mid if you want to keep it flexible. Like, there's all kinds of threats that you could still put on the board if you move the Centaur to a +5. You could still put the Slardar out there, for example. But yeah, if you want to keep that hidden, this has to be your mid, I think. Which is, you're going to pay the price for that as well. You're most likely going to get countered in that matchup now. So, nope. Both supports are here.
Lock it in. So, Seimei is saying, I accept the challenge. We'll pick up the Centaur, and that's going to be the Edge brought out for Team Tough. So we've got both of our supports here. I guess, you know, if the matchup was right, you could consider Edge 3, which actually works really well against a lot of matchups. And it is, you know, a bit of that hidden potential, at least in a lot of pubs. Not sure if it really works in the competitive environment that well, because, you know, the hero, it feels like it needs too much to make it work, but it can get a good lane. It can be a very annoying one to play against, and against particular matchups it can be very, very good. But now I've seen this one before, And I'm curious if the Mars wants to build, make his skill build in a way that I've seen this one being played before versus an Ench support with Bulwark level 1. And Ench does 20 damage with her spears into the Mars shield.
Yeah, and we saw that pretty much kill the lane for the Ench as well. That was a very, very sad Ench game. And already, you also, because you have picked up both of your supports already, you also don't have any good ways of picking a save into this Mars unless you want to go towards an OD, which I very much doubt. That does not seem like a hero right now. No Tusks here. The Faceless Void looks better once again, though. Like, I have no doubt that that is the prime carry pick on Team Tough's mind right now.
Radiant team pick.
There's one option to look for. There's your off-lane duo of the Mars and the Techies. Brought up for Neon Esports, so you've got both of your side lanes now shown. Team Tough, of course, the carry option. What do you want to bring up here? I feel like Naga Siren is also a good answer here.
Like banned all the way at the start.
Yeah, like if you can't get your Naga through, I guess that really is probably one of your only options here. Can't really think about the Timber carry here either. So let's leave it open for a bit longer. Let's pick up the Pango. Throw the ball towards Neon Esports direction. Now, when you see the Pango coming out, obviously you're looking at the Spirits. The Spirits and the Pucks and the Primal Beasts are what you're most likely getting rid of here on the side of Team Tough. You only got 2 bans though, so Puck will be 1. And Neon, what do you suspect?
Certainly the Void, right?
Or Drow. Like, this is already looking like a pretty good Drow game for Team Tough. If you can get out of the laning stage versus the Mars and the Techies, which of course looks like why are you picking Drow into this, the hero excels outside of that. I feel like Slardar is also another option you can think about. Slardar is also one that works really well, also pairs up versus the Mars. Techies Mars also dismantles the Faceless Void in the lane, but great late game scaling towards this lineup. So Faceless Void in terms of the Drow, they both serve the same purpose. You play for a later timing in the game and it could work then. I feel like Slardar carry is probably one of the best options Team Tough could look for.
I really like that suggestion. I like it way more than the Void actually, because yeah, with the Techies coming out now, you're in so much danger in that lane if this is a Mars Techie. The silence, if you ever get hit by that, you are toast.
Also, Monkey King is what I'm also thinking here. Yeah, there we go. So there goes the Monkey King for Neon. And since you banned out the Puck, Storm Spirit is probably something you have to prepare yourself for. And there's the Primal Beast for the Pango, which I mentioned earlier as well. So they'll leave the Storm most likely open for Neon Esports. That will also work well with the Mars and the Lifestealer. Another Infest carrier. An early tempo hero, something that can live with the level 6 from the Mars. And you're going to bring out the PA, okay. I think I'm happy with the PA. PA Ench, very a slow, heavy lane. Every time you extend in the lane, you're gonna get bullied the hell out of you, the Techies especially. But they are soft. They are heroes can get blown up if Mars and Techies line up their spells correctly.
I like that you said slow heavy lane, because yeah, I think it's a slow and heavy lane that's going to have a
Yep. It is, right?
a hard time in this game. Oh yeah.
In its exact meaning.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know me, biggest PA fan in the world, which is why I'm very critical of her appearing here. She is slow to build up, slow to get going, and this is a very hard game for you to carry, especially with the SD being available to... you want to kill your first jump target, right? And your first jump target is going to get removed for the game for 3 seconds every single time. There's really not much you can do about that. This is... If Team Tough managed to even get themselves a good game here, I'm going to be very impressed, because I think they lost this draft really hard.
Yeah, they're in I would say, in a bit of a rough position. I mean, of course, Neon, now that they pick up the DK, that's going to help this Pango have impact this game. And I feel like with the Pango and then having the usage of Stampede, they've definitely got tools to match up versus Neon, so Lifestealer doesn't get a free game. They're able to answer, they're able to keep that threat constantly existing. They have breaks with the Hoodwink, they can kill the Mars pretty well with this lineup. I actually feel like I favor Team Tough maybe 60 to 40 versus Neon here. Mainly just looking at how the lanes roll out, because Pango, if they had something else than the DK that could actually win this mid lane, that will slow down the Pango. They have a hero to play with. At the same time, it's high risk, high reward, because we need to make that hero work. DK doesn't exactly need to do that as he's played from the mid lane. He'll definitely get a tower early. He'll open up the map. He will help the Lifestealer get around. They have great roaming supports with the techies, with the SD defensively and aggressively. I'm gonna stick with Team Tough here. I'm gonna say 60-40 to them in terms of the draft.
Okay. I mean, I'm worried about the same A lane. I am also thinking that JG is going to have a way better time now when you're up versus PA Ench. I don't think the Mars is going to be stopped much at all. So we agree certainly on one thing, which is that Mamang Daya is the one that needs to make the game happen, and he's got the tools to make the game happen. And we have seen him do really well in that position before. Undeniable that this man knows how to carry momentum. So yeah, they have an avenue in this game, a good one. But I'm a PA hater, man.
PA lover and a hater. We know Kip's relationship with Dota.
Exactly. A lot of emotions.
All the emotions. And of course, for all of you people who are also trying to think with a bright mind. Also the ones that are, wanting to give a game of chance. If you scroll down the Twitch page a little bit, if you're on browser or on mobile, check out the info panel. There is the big banner on the left for 130% bonus with our sponsor 1xBet with the code 1XRLGSEA on your first deposit. Get yourself a nice little bonus. But make sure and always pay attention to the gambling world, not to overplay. Only what you can afford.
Responsibly.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the last time that you're going to be able to use it. And next,
at least for First Blood, because it looks like Kishka is going to be dropping here, and it's going to be Neon Esports to open up first on the board, and it's going to be CDR, so the carry Lifestealer gets the first kill. It will not go for Ken, because Ken has been moving elsewhere, so it won't be a head start for the mid laner, but at least, CDR already bringing in that Bracer recipe and a salve for himself.
See where we go from here. I mean, it's not like CDR needed a better start, but certainly will have it now. And yeah, the DK pick here, the more that I look at it, like, if this is a blink build up, right, you're going to have 2 carriers, other cores for that infest bomb. You're going to have 3 cores that are extremely hard to take down for PA. It's going to be hard for Team Tough to carry.
Yeah, but the laning stage already looking pretty well for Team Tough here. They could kill the techies. Tsukimoto just needs 1 extra right click, but can he spot Bombi? He's waiting for him to come back in. But JG is going to be standing in between, and there goes the Mars' Courier as well. Oh boy, there goes your Tangos.
That hurts.
0 regen for the Mars. Just have to live off with a stick, and his techies can't help him out.
Nope. At the very least, though, very good lane for said stick. Daggers will be flying. This is a Rebuke Mars for now. Very curious to see if we're going to see that bulwark again.
I'm going to be very curious about this top lane. If Seimei can find a way to turn this kind of lane deficit to his advantage. It's not easy at all for him at all, especially when CDR picks up items. We look at the Orb of Corrosion that's already in his quick buy. Once he picks that up and is like level 3, level 4, it's gonna be a lot of damage for this Centaur Taken. Plus, you can never really get your stun off if the man just pops Rage. So you're gonna have to pump fake while running away, hoping that he'll land it and hoping that you'll get your stun off. Meanwhile, PA goes down. Even if they kill the techies, it's already looking good for Neon getting this one, but JG, he's got no resources left. So Tsukimoto Yeah, he's taking his sweet time with this kill.
Good start for him, bad start for the PA, and every single thing lost in the laning stage hurt you so much because that build up for the Battle Fury is just rough, man.
Yeah, you'd want to play a money in the bank strat, but since Mars gets killed, he's not going to start storing up those kills for a spree that PA could later reclaim.
Not a believer in that either.
In a money in the bank strat?
Yeah.
It can work.
Yeah, on occasion. It's got to be you that gets the kill, and you know, not Mamang Daya, for example.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like if Pango were the one to pick up all those streaks, he only really wants to get to that early diffusal blade, and after that, the world is really open.
By the way, I think both of us heavily underestimated how amazing Ken is doing versus Mamang Daya right now. 19
in the early levels, yeah.
Yeah.
DK does get a good head start, but I believe Pango can easily catch up. It is double the CS for now.
Yes.
You know, superior damage output, and of course you can't do anything to the DK. But the thing is, Pango usually as a laner is a hero that just loses too many matchups. Right now he's just falling behind in CS, but he's getting full experience out of this.
Which means that the rotations
drop fairly low. Jumping on Bombi is 4-2-3. Spear misses though from JG. She was hoping to connect. And of course, since the way the lane started for Bombi and JG getting to brawl early, no need for that early bulwark point for the Mars. Just go the traditional route, max out Rebuke, follow up with Spear.
You've got the damage to make the kills happen. As mentioned, this PA very fragile in the HP department.
Oh, I love Castaway's quick buy, by the way. It's just got the, you know, you got your mana boots, you got your blink daggers, you've got your agonyms.
Get your game
PA is actually dropping here in the bottom lane. 4-2-3 could die, but he gets a kill through Tsukimoto. And Amar's spear is all he needs, but he misses it. And the bonk misses too. And there's a chance for a bit of a turn. 4-2-3, jumping in for a bit of extra poke. Tsukimoto is there. They've got the slow from the Ogre, and that extra armor is everything that they need. And can PA get the closeout kill? Not needed. Tsukimoto will secure it, and PA, with less than 50 HP, survives through 2 kills. It's not really money in the bank, but, you know, some stocks have been bought.
Absolutely. Oh, he's
Bombi
wiggling.
was thinking about suiciding, or at least going for the blast off.
It's like that wiggle that you see just before a cat jumps. It's exactly that animation. I love it.
Start your engines.
No, that's incredible. 423 there, taking the risk, knowing that hey, I can actually take 2 hits from this Mars right there, and thereby securing the kill. Huge for his lane.
It's all about the bonk, isn't it?
All about the bonk. And bonk, he ain't much.
CDR and, you know, they've actually been doing a pretty stellar job here in the top lane. Kishka getting poked by Castaway, and not just poked, 5 stacks of poison. Corrodes your brain at some point. 6-minute rune. Who wins this one? It goes for the Pango, so serves Mamang Daya. He picks up the regen rune. Not the best rune to pick up from the Pango here, of course. And they're going to try on Ken. This is very optimistic, but if they can kill a level 6 DK with the slows, well, looks like they can get the job done in the end. Rolling Thunder is out, and he'll get the kill with it, and he's going to go for Bombi. Very deep dive. Get his connections. I like that play there with the swashbuckle shield crash jump. Because it doesn't exactly cancel out the Rolling Thunder. He could have gotten another connection. Really poke the techies. Cool usage of skills.
They're being very smooth with it. And I gotta say, the fact that the supports get to move off these lanes because of how well Team Tough has managed the early levels. Yeah, getting sniped. Yep. That's just, yeah.
2 games in a row.
And a little unnecessary as well, because that's an inch. There's no way she can stop it if you're just standing on top of the room, but you know what? She's level 5.
Yeah.
She's diving you.
And it's a level 6 PA, by the way. Level 4 Mars. Like, this lane just went completely upside down on Bombi. Well, yeah, that's worthy of a tip. That has to be worthy of a tip, because that really didn't make a dent. Might be a courier killed off of Mamang Daya, but it doesn't matter. Tsukimoto is the one picking up every single kill. He's got 5 and 0 on this Enchantress. Level 6 at the moment. Could pick up a point into Untouchable. There's no points in Impetus. So no extra power spears, just enchants, just the heals. While the Rolling Thunder is used in the mid lane again onto the DK. Can they get this DK kill? Looks like with the PA they definitely can. And a crit to the face, another Rolling Punch, and once again, holy 6-0 Enchantress, come on.
Incredible. And this is Team Tough, like, worming their way out of a laning stage. It was supposed to be hard. And we haven't even touched top yet. Kishka has been free to roam because Seimei just had such a good time. And he's stayed ahead of this lifestealer the entire time.
I don't want to rub any salt into the wounds, Kips, but you know, 60-40 feels like 70-30 now.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I'll stay with the fact that I think this never should have happened.
I'll stay with you, Kips.
But that's neither here nor there now, is it? You are correct. Team Tough is just outskilling them right now.
You know, Kips, my mother warned about girls like you, and I was hoping she was right. Meanwhile, the Lifestealer goes down to the top lane. Seimei will get another one with Mamang Dayan. They're trying to pressure the mid lane at the same time with Ken's Dragon Form. This looks like almost attempt number 3, but I think in reality this is his second Elder Dragon Form.
He had it off CD the last time he got killed. Which is also the rotations that Mamang Daya made have been very well timed to make sure that the DK couldn't hit the tower freely the first couple of times. Now he gets it down, but that is inevitable. He can't.
Oh, Tsukimoto. That's a big streak riding on you. At least it got healing power. You got the Untouchable on you as well. Castaways coming into the rescue as well. They will really, if they can get this kill, this will take a lot of time and effort. But it apparently does look like they can't even get it. And he's turning around. Oh my goodness. The balls on this man, like Tsukimoto. Of course, when you are ahead like that and as an inch, you can make plays like this. But every time you see it happen, when an inch, pos 5 inch is snowballing out of hands, this is the result. He'll push tier 2 towers by himself. He'll really make himself known around the map. While JG won't get to use his arena, well, he does actually get it off just in time. 4-2-3 in trouble. TPs are coming in as well. They'll get the jump away on the PA and the Stampede to de-escalate. And Tsukimoto, oh boy, you know, those hooves running on top of you. Another kill, 7-0 inch. What has this man eaten for breakfast, or what did he take during the break? Because,
yeah.
This is absurd.
I'd like some of that, please, and thank you.
Yeah, share that knowledge, Tsukimoto. We're curious here. Gone past the Mars in net worth.
If it's not Kishka, it's going to be Tsukimoto. I think both of these support players have really shown that both of them can know how to snowball, know how to leverage their net worth for literally everything it's worth. And we got a rotation to top.
CDR infested inside the Warpine Raider, but will be revealed and taken down for the second time this game. Seimei will give the tip, and I think this is, you know, a statement in itself, giving that tip, because they did first pick that Lifestealer into the Centaur, but it has not stopped Seimei, not at all. Not one bit.
Incredible, and yeah, beep, this is... Team Tough is like a truck coming through right now. Neon saw it coming. They did everything in their power to stop it off, and what's happening? They're 6k behind at 12 minutes.
Yeah, so might make it a quick one, you know. Team Tough, apparently the nerves aren't catching up to them, but for Neon, They look a bit silly right now, so they want to retaliate, and they will get a kill on Mamang Daya, but Tsukimoto in the front with the Hadouken creep. Maybe could get a kill on the Mars. It's probably not going to be enough damage. It also looks like either the Shadow Poison or the Duration gets the better end of the Satyr. Also an 80 rune on this PA. Getting that Battle Fury is going to be up in like a bit up. Maybe a minute, maybe less than a minute. So,
which is insane
timing
to think about. Yeah, and 423 there showing up, also saying like, hey, by the way, you know what I'm gonna do, right? I'm just gonna be fighting. Even if I only have a Battle Fury, I will be here, and you better be careful.
Also,
Maybe
did
not.
you see the DK quick buy? Don't get to see this every day when you have an Orchid DK coming up.
No, that's a little bit of a rarity, isn't it? And it feels...
The trend has always been the Mantas, the Blinks into, the BKBs, the Aghanim's, the Mage Slayers, but rarely do you get to see an Orchid.
Adding utility to hero that's decidedly low.
And Orchid in general, an item that you need to land in a good time to get benefit out of it. Mamang Daya will drop, and maybe a follow-up kill on Seimei. Yes, they can. Neon will bring the whole team for this one. And getting 2 core kills, it's totally worth it.
Absolutely. Rolling Thunder not getting off there was absolutely huge. Stampede not off cooldown during that fight just yet, so really nowhere to go for Team Tough. A little bit too fast and greedy for their own boots. As Phantom Assassin goes to steal a stack on the opposite side in the meantime, but he has to be careful.
Well, if you have a chance to hinder your opponents, she'll do exactly that.
That was Blink Strike used just now. There, no.
Oh, she stacked it again. Yeah. Castaway won't find any vision here, but PA can't stick around to farm the stack that she made for the enemy after clearing the enemy stacks for herself. You know, the irony in that. Give and take.
Look how far up Tsukimoto has been playing, by the way. Like, him keeping that mid-wave shoved forces so many heroes to reveal themselves on Neon. As well as just, he's taunting them up there. They know they can't get him.
Yeah, this is prime Enchantress gameplay right here. When you see that much of a level advantage, if this was a level 5 or just about to hit level 6 Enchantress, you would maybe test the waters. But Tsukimoto already owns this area. Well, Castaway was trying to wrap around for the Pango. They weren't able to quite get there in time. They wanted to get a blink on the DK. They'll portal bottom and smoke up, hoping to find 423. We'll see how this one goes. It's going to be a long trek, but since they only just freshly popped that smoke, should be able to catch up. The thing is, 423 is already moving away.
Exactly, you say that, but these camps are empty, and now they're going to check the corner, and he is not home.
Yeah, is this a moment where you call off the operation? Mission failed, we'll get him next time.
Yeah, I think Bravo 6 coming back up empty-handed. Meantime, smoke on the other side.
But that's a tier 2 tower. You don't want to dive under that.
I mean, it's Team Tough. They might, but I think they don't have the damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you say Team Tough, yeah, they could just do it.
Maybe they had Kishka there, but Kishka's bot.
Yeah, and they caught Bombi. There goes your techies. Seimei won't be able to get a secondary blink because of the illusion sent in by the SD. Sees the teleport animation, and they're like, yep, they were here. But Ken has decided to stay around, farm those jungle camps, get that Orchid. The thing is, I want to go back to this Orchid again, because it is a timing-dependent item most of the time. If you can get a very fast Orchid, it can be the most broken item in the entire game.
It is
but
ridiculous.
If you don't time it correctly, there's a chance that the opponent already has ways to deal with it. Glimmer Capes, Force Staffs might be showing up. There could be a blink where you just don't get to connect your Dragon Tail stun, for example. And now Ken might die. Oh, no. It just goes from bad to worse. The break comes out from the sharpshooter, and they have a moment to kill this DK, but Tsukimoto's coming in to secure. But 4-2-3, they won't let the Bambi take this kill. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Mamang Daya rolling about, and the Demonic Purge also runs its course, so there's a chance to turn around Pigpole to just get that extra movement speed and the vision on the SD and cast away his history. CDR. Tsukimoto's coming in from the other side. That will reveal the vision. But can they get this kill? Very close. 450 HP was needed for that.
Not enough crits this time, but that's just this time. At the very least, he's got the money for the relic now, so he's going to be safely making his way towards the Radiance. But his towers are going to be taking a beating, and this area of the map that they actually get the farm is slower and slower, and this is a transition from
They're coming for the fight.
Yeah.
Bombi goes in, the follow-up from DK.
Huge.
They've got 4-2-3 low. JG no arena, though. Will have to do it the old-fashioned way. 4-2-3 speared into the trees, but they're missing hits, and she might survive. 4-2-3, anywhere to go out. The mine connects, and that should be her ultimate demise. But Mamang Daya rolling around, getting a stun onto the DK, but JG will survive. 2 cores down, and this is the big money in the bank. The Enchantress. 10 seconds for a heal. Tsukimoto doesn't have it. The burns are coming out. And it's going to be JG to clean that streak. And that's a 3,000 gold swing at least for Neon Esports. 4 kills.
And this is exactly the kind of gameplay that Team Tough normally doesn't engage in, which is just sieging towers. But it opens you up to devastating retaliations like this, especially versus a Mars.
There was a small moment that the PA could have survived, but the creep wave was too far away. Weren't able to jump before the mine connected from Bombi. And it was just, you know, you could say it's clinical, but this was a fight without the arena, so it's even better for Neon that they connect their abilities like that and get 4 kills.
Means they still have the threat up. And now the Orchid is done for Ken as well, which is huge. That is really going to be a thorn in the side of Mamang Daya if you find him first. As well as the PA not having a BKB yet. She is also a sitting duck when Orchid.
Yeah.
And it's going to scale really nicely in this game too, because you will be going into the Blood Zone.
Used on Seimei. Seimei will go down. Bombi living up to his name. You do get a glimpse of JG, I think. No, they don't actually. They did not have vision. It's just the Dire Ward, which will be taken rid of in the bottom half of the map. And that opens up for a small push. They can get the top tier 1 out of the way. DK yet to reveal what he will buy next, but I suspect against that little bit of crowd control that the opponent has, BKB would not be a bad idea, but I feel like this is more a Manta game.
I mean, you want the Manta style. On the other hand, you could ignore it this game because you have an SC, which is one of the reasons that I was suspecting that he feels like he has the space to go for that Orchid as well.
But you need a Dispel.
You would like a Dispel, yes. Between the Enchant, the Stifling Dagger slow, it would be nice. Is it used to be then?
Because I feel like maybe BKB is overkill. And you could get more out of the stats. If you just bring up a Manta. But we'll have to wait and see. He hasn't revealed anything yet in his quick buy. Meanwhile, Radiance is up on CDR. Mars is the BKB lined up. We've got a Solar Crest for the techies. I mean, it's going to be like a half an hour Solar Crest. You're not very happy with the timing, but he's forced the Guardian Greaves first, so they can extend with that extra armor and the extra heal for the team.
Huge first PA. Rolling Thunder was used to try
he wanted the Wisdom. He also got the Wisdom, so mission successful.
Yeah.
So Ken, you've got 2,000 gold. Can you know, let me out of my misery and just tell me what you want?
He's playing with you.
If he'll quick buy something after this next team fight. There's nothing that he needs right now not to act. So this smoke, hoping they can connect on someone, but Tsukimoto's already here. Smoke will pop from Ken. Dragon Tail, no, the Dragon Form popped, but Seimei's not around. The PA's hunted. Stampede comes out, so they can get the safe distance. get out of harm's way. The tier 2 tower is open for the taking, and Neon, they know there's no stampede, so they feel that they can take it, and looks like they're going to get it as well. Team Tough, they're not contesting it.
Dire's top tower is under
Really should not. This is a side of Team Tough that we haven't really seen, where they're waiting for the item timing of the PA, waiting for that BKB to come out. They're trying to catch attention without dying, which maybe Mamang Daya will be able to do here.
It's the same spot again. He's hoping to Rolling Thunder away, or at least roll up, but you've got hostiles in every direction. And so that 6k lead, that drought, continues for Team Tough because they've basically lost their entire economy. DK has now finally lined up a BKB, so that's going to be the option for this game.
All because
I
they
can
went
finally
for...
breathe.
Yeah, they went for a too early tower push on top, something they don't normally do. It was maybe the correct move because they felt like they didn't have the damage to actually fight the enemy heroes, which was also correct, but then you can't let yourself get caught like that, and as a result we've seen now 5 minutes go by without Team Tough doing anything. It means that they're gonna have to hit hard once this BKB comes in. That leaves Neon a very comfortable position where CDR has been farming up for a while, not really had to do anything yet. Very comfortable, very bad target to gank by now as well.
Yeah, not really a one you wanna focus down for sure. At least with everything Team Tough was able to establish was a fantastic start for the PA, so we can't neglect that. Even if Neon Esports have caught up as a team, there's still a very, very strong 4-2-3 PA coming up this game. And an item I adore is the Aghanims for the PA.
Yes. I mean, it is one of the most brutal items in the game, I want to say.
Yeah, pure luxury and changes the gameplay of the hero a lot. The blur barely breaks until you're actually at melee range with the hero. And this all comes to work versus the SD ult. So SD wants to target PA. You want to press R every time you see the PA. But if you get a quick kill, you're able to jump to another target, and that SD dropping your mobility doesn't mind you at all anymore.
From target to target. Good dodge here as well. Reading this incursion. Full BKB on Ken as well. I don't think you have the damage to kill any of these cores is the problem. Neon very specifically drafted for that. They're gonna try though. Yeah, BKB is here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We have a very strong team fight, but it's down to one team to take this one in the end. Tsukimoto, Arena comes out. They've got the Enchantress, the DK coming in right away with a stun, but they won't be able to pierce the BKBs here. At least that's one down. Mamang Daya disrupting the backline. He's still trying to get the ulti from the Shadow Demon, but he never gets it out. The Shopkeeper is helping Mamang Daya to just keep on bouncing back and forth, and CDR charging into the front, but PA getting stun locked, and CDR maybe gets this one. Yes, he does. 4-2-3 will fall. Mamang Daya, he's tried to disrupt as much as possible, but all they're going to get for their efforts is a Shadow Demon kill, as they're going to drop one after the other. The Centaur getting pummeled away as well. Double kill for CDR, and that is going to be your full-on team wipe, as Kishka has got nowhere to go.
This is what Neon drafted for. All these tanky cores, the PA cannot afford to focus on any of them. He gets very lucky to stay out of the arena there. That was inches away. And the PA has to wait for most of the start of that fight until Mamang Daya rolls into the backline, finds the SD, so that the PA can finally jump.
Yep, and another one.
Another one bites the dust.
This will take some time. Tsukimoto is actually doing a decent job here of dishing out damage, forcing Bombi and JG to go away. Sproink is, you know, Tsukimoto playing the, if my team can't carry, I'll carry.
Yeah, not quite in Aghanim's buying situation yet, though, which would put you in a really good position to in this game, have some AoE control, because that's the other thing that I think Team Tough really lacks here. It's just Mamang Daya with the team fight input, and he is dying while he's rolling currently. It's really not looking good.
Yeah, the previous team fight, he was just trying to roll to prevent this SD from getting the ulti off. And trying to help 4-2-3 to focus down the Shadow Demon, because that opens up the team fight, but... Yeah, Tsukimoto, looks like you're a bit too... Yeah. He's really making them work for this kill.
I mean, that Yulz was JG stealing the kill from Castaway.
Could say that, yeah.
In my mind, I had Dice top 2. Is it just... No, it was Ken. Okay. Is that just Bombi? Sitting there triumphantly. Now all of the doors are shut. There's not a good way for Team Tough to play their way out of this at all. It feels... Like, we've been focusing on Team Tough a lot for this cast, right? Because they have the momentum in the series, but also because their lineup is the one that needs to make things happen this game. And if nothing happens, then Neon wins by default because they have more HP. That's exactly what they're doing here. Simple, effective. I like it.
Yeah, you could say that they run out of steam too. Like, maybe they can still hold their base here, but it's getting trickier and trickier to fight versus Neon. The amount of items that they're starting to amass is getting more difficult to approach. Quick Infest on his ally. JG will hold a surprise.
Radiant are scanning.
Everything in the pockets. Yeah.
Straight for Seimei. Prevents him from getting that BKB off, and he'll go down, and Tsukimoto will follow suit. Make it 2 quick kills, and the racks are falling. The melee racks is just a couple hits away, and CDR will get it. JG is low here. We're going to keep the Mars on spot, but there's the bubble from SD. Buyback coming here from Seimei. Can they fight this one? 4-2-3. Tried to slice JG, but won't be able to get the kill. And CDR gets the turn, and that BKB runs its course. PA will have to get out. Kishka trying to get to Ken, but Ken is already far away, and CDR is making sure you are not getting past this line, because I am in front. The gatekeeper.
That was the Seimei buyback as well. Absolutely nothing.
They wanted JG to die. He barely makes it out with 100 HP. The Guardian Greaves saved his life.
And that puts Roshan on the table. Team Tough, normally the land you want to see go for it with that PA, but it's well, they're teleporting in. Roche will come over to the Radiant side.
Yeah, and it actually opens up Team Tough for the opening for the fight. The disarm comes out to the PA, but they're doing a lot of work with Seimei. Beautiful stun. They're all trapped on top of this high ground position, but Mamang Daya is also struggling to get back in. That Rolling Thunder is so hard to maneuver in here. As you can see, he's just stuck, but at the same time, Neon will drop 4 heroes, and CDR left all by himself, and a bit of a mistake, you could say, from Neon here. Just, you know, they felt optimistic. They felt like they're in the lead. But these are moments that can easily make you drop the ball, because they, okay, you know, just a casual walk into the mines and die. Well, that just happened. His gem will drop. And a courier's flying in. Whose courier's going to make it first? So look at the minimap. It's a race for the gem. I feel like Hoodwink should be getting there earlier. Mars is also bringing in his courier, but yeah, he's not going to make it in time.
Yeah. Close. Close. What was that move back, Ishka? What were you trying to do there, huh? Why did your courier turn around for a second? Yeah, we haven't seen this since the group stage, really, but Neon being ahead, feeling too comfortable, and giving the enemy a way back into the game, that's straight from the group stage playbook.
Yeah, the Twin Gates have a... I think the Twin Gates actually have a pretty high rate of flopping team fights.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that happened there was that they grouped up for the Seimei stuns when previously they just never had to.
Yeah. They never really got the chance for it either, but now An opportunity made here. Rolling Thunder rolling right through the arena. And there goes JG, Mamang Daya, trying to jump the backline again. Another bubble save coming through. But the SD hoping that his team could stay alive for a bit longer. But 4-2-3, he's finished the Aghanims on the PA. And with that shard, this guy slices and dices. So even if it is difficult for them to approach the fights, at least the overwhelming damage the PA provides makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah, and they're going to look to catch Neon unawares more often, because what you really want is for them to be in such a small space again that you actually get to use the Battle Fury Cleave, that you actually get to use the AoE damage of the Centaur. If they can catch Neon off guard like that, then you can still win fights. Of course, this one was purely one on the back.
Yeah, let's go back to the Twin Gate fight.
Yeah.
So the fight before the fight, it's not a very optimal start when everybody shows up one by one. Ken dies first, then dies the next, there goes the third hero. Actually, it looks like he used himself there too. Yeah. And it doesn't matter if the Pango doesn't quite get there. You know, he's missing half of his Rolling Thunders there, trying to maximize his damage output with the shield crash. And yeah, I don't know.
Sometimes,
it is what it is.
Yeah. You are running out of it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know what really to add to that team fight. It's a chain feed.
Yeah. Yes,
I couldn't get my thoughts straight about the Twin Gates. And here's the
previous fight, yeah, where you...
Yeah, the fight
no
before
PA,
that fight.
No PA, no PA, she's in the corner, nobody cares. Hey, we found the SD.
Yeah.
Bonk.
And we're so happy about it too, right? We got the SDA. Guys, guys, why aren't we winning this fight?
We still don't have damage, you say? They have like 10k HP put together? Oh.
And they must be so happy on the side of Neon. It's like, well, you tanked so much in this team fight that we're actually winning it in the long run.
Mm-hmm. That's precisely what you planned your team fights to be like. I do think that you can still get there, by the way. The DK upgrade into the Black Dragon is going to make you a whole lot tankier still. We've still got a BKB to come out on JG. We've got Aghanim still to come for the Lifestealer as well, which is another huge burst in survivability, both for the Lifestealer as well as any possible allies that he's going to infest. And he does already have the MKB in his pocket as well, which got delivered halfway through that disastrous fight at the bottom gate.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it. It could have maybe changed a thing or two, but the way that they were dying.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not, you know, standing on top of each other like all the farm animals in that.
On the good side for Ken, I was looking at his itemization, and for the time being, considering how much damage PA deals, you do have the Gossamer Cape. So even if you get hit by the dagger, you can still blink. Because there's no phylactery on the PA. If PA had phylactery, you dodge the dagger, but you still take the tick from the spell, forcing your blink to go on cooldown.
Still get that separate damage instance.
Even if you get hit by like a level 20, or was it 25? Yeah, it's 25 actually for the triple dagger on PA. So you can still blink in even if you get targeted, which is a good thing for the DK. Because all he wants to do is get on top of a target, silence them, throw the stun, and hope somebody, say CDR, follows up on that to deal the damage, get the most out of the Orchid, maybe delete somebody out of the game. And this will help with a potential Bloodthorn, which he actually has lined up on the DK, which I'm pretty happy about that he does have that too, because that will also go through the PA, and the whole team can focus down 4-2-3. Because everybody gets True Strike.
It's the good stuff. You can also still buy halberds on this lineup if you want to. Every single core feels really happy with the halberd in his hands.
You could get a halberd, but I also think like there are too many sources of damage. Like the Hoodwink can scale into some decent damage. The Enchantress doesn't mind about that. You've got Impetus that keeps you in the game. Then you have the Pango that actually deals a lot without basic right clicks, because you have Aghanims, you have Basher, you have Diffusal. So you would target the PA with the disarm, but there's still like 3 other heroes that deal a lot of damage. The Centaur, when he picks up that shard, he'll be very hard to kill. He also deals a lot with Double Edge because it keeps scaling. It increases his HP. That increases his damage. That increases his HP. That also increases his damage. And it's just, almost an endless loop.
Spiral. No, you're completely correct. And what the overall story of this is that with this lost fight on the bottom side, Neon has missed a window where Team Tough was relatively poor. And now more items are coming out. You're talking about that Basher, for example, over on the Pangolier. But also the full Gleipnir finished on the Hoodwink has been there for a while. She's going to be able to buy a Manta style on top of that pretty soon now, which is ridiculous. And you're looking at all these. You can't take that back. You can't make the Pangolier toss his Basher into the bin again. You're going to have to deal with the Bashers coming through for the rest of the game. And Neon has given themselves a definite disadvantage there.
Imagine if Basher worked, that you could have an active on it. You can throw your Basher at your opponent. You lose the item, but you stun them. And you do some damage. Kind of like Abyssal, but you lose the item.
Yeah.
Just food for thought. Today might be patch day.
I think it's pretty funny. I mean, I guess enemies shouldn't be able to pick it up or something. But also it's not in your inventory until you walk over and you pick it up.
Yeah, it's like a thrown weapon in so many RPGs where you can just throw an item, pick it up later if you didn't connect it on the target, or just pick it off of the corpse.
Inventory full of daggers, slowly emptying it out.
Yeah.
In a boss fight, and then eventually, you're out of daggers and you're running around the arena picking up your trash.
In before, we get 6 Bashers in your build, Just keep throwing hammers.
Dota players would do that.
Dota players would definitely do that. Like, what's up with all these javelins and darts and knives and arrows people are just throwing at their opponents? Why can't we throw hammers?
Yeah.
Make it a thing.
Blunt weapons.
Summoning some kind of invoker spell in chat.
Word.
We are waiting for the PA to connect back into the game, hence why we are paused. PA jumped into the lane while the game was going, but was standing still for a bit, so disconnect and an instant pause as a follow-up on that. Here we see the gruesome battle between the creeps. The blood is spilt, pouring in the air. Actually, this is like a... If we could hide the UI, this is some screenshot-worthy stuff right here. Perfect setting. All we need is an LC dueling somebody at the back.
Flash. Yeah, that would be nice. Always provides really good lighting as well. I gotta say, this Smeevil ward does
adds
take
its own
away,
flavor.
Yeah, from the serious nature a little bit.
Yeah, very serious game. Odds are still slightly favoring Neon Esports here. Compared to Team Tough, as you saw on your screens momentarily. But this game has been a bit back and forth. Team Tough, they started super strong. Neon closed in that gap. They got the first racks down from the Radiant base. And then right after that, Team Tough takes Aegis. Secures the Roshan. And there's no more Aegis, of course, with that previous team fight taking place. So Aegis has been expended.
Yeah, and that is the question right now, isn't it? To see how hard is Team Tough going to push the temporary advantage that they got here. Because I'd say the only reason that they won the follow-up fight there is because they had that Aegis. And they spent it immediately. Like, what are you going to do now that the Aegis is out of your hands and you're not sure if you got enough of a win in that fight to actually press that advantage? There's still 3 tier 2 towers up on the other side. If you look at, for example, where Same is, I don't really feel like Team Tough wants to press the small advantage that they do have.
I just checked. There's less than a minute of pause for Team Tough, and PA just reconnected.
All right.
So just in time to get back into the game. This pause timer was running its course. To be honest, we've been in a pause for such a long time. I already forgot where the Aegis was lost. Don't even remember if we have a replay of that last engagement. Because it was after the Twin Gate fight when they took Roshan, and now we don't have Aegis. So I already forgot what happened to it.
Flanking the mid lane over on the left side.
Do we still have a replay production? Since we're still on a pause? If we still have that fight saved somewhere? I got a confirmation that we're working at it. Thank you so much. So we can replay some moments for the viewers out there as well who've been tuning in like, hey, what's going on right here? Roshan died a minute ago, but seems like not a huge clash took place, so we'll keep you guys up to date on what's been going on. We've just been waiting for the PA to reconnect back into the game, and 423 has returned, but the pause time is out. So this is basically a moment now that Neon could, if they want to, unpause. This is a general rule in all of esports, almost everywhere, that once the pause timer is out, the other team may unpause when they want to, as our admin is typing right now. But here's a replay of our previous engagement, as we can see here. This is where they had the Aegis. They got the jump onto the PA, but things started to slide in. Mamang Daya with a beautiful Rolling Thunder just disrupting inside the arena. Aegis might have popped, but since they got that second life, that really changes things a lot.
And the unpause has now happened. We are back underway.
423 is back into action. So we shall continue.
Team Tough taking it easy for now. They do have a ward up in the triangle that's going to get dewarded right now because they cannot afford to guard it. They know it's very unlikely to win a fight without the Aegis in their pocket. I'm trying to look at what their next big item timing is going to be. Certainly the shard for Seimei is going to do a lot of work. But apart from that, it feels like what you need is more PA damage, and I guess that only really comes through once you've finished the full Abyssal.
Yeah, the Abyssal will definitely help lock down the Life Stealer, which is a hero that they need to get rid of. Also, the Shadow Demon. If you need to delete the hero quickly, who has a Ghost Scepter now too, Castaway will be a prime target to focus on. Mines are exploding as well, so they will spot Tsukimoto.
Straight for the heart.
Can they catch him, though? They're thinking Tormentor. Might be here. Smokes are not popping, though, so they will realize nobody's here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm trying to see if there's any stragglers that they can cut off, but the only one is Kishka, who's split pushing, as he usually does, and that is a smoke wasted for Neon, unfortunately.
And a counter smoke coming up from Team Tough. I have a question, which I'll throw it to you. I'm curious about this Manta on the Hoodwink, but we'll get to that if this smoke leads into something. Looks like we won't necessarily see an instant fight. This is not an item you almost ever see on a support Hoodwink.
No, very much not.
But you need somebody to destroy mines, and somebody needs to build a Manta this game. PA doesn't necessarily want it. Well, you don't really want it at all this game. You don't want it on your Pango. You do nothing with it as a Centaur. We don't live the Manta push patch. That was years ago. So I think this Manta is literally just for demining.
Yeah, you also get the dispel on a couple of things. Most importantly, of course, the Orchid of the DJ. So in that regard, it fulfills a little bit better of a job than, for example, the Aghanim Scepter would do. Especially because the Manta style is, of course, also a damage output item.
Yeah,
and
or
Hoodwink
BKB, where it's like, what do I really do with this?
Hoodwink lives and dies by the fact that she deals DPS from a support position.
Yeah. Our observer seems to be very keen on the workhorse of the Centaur, but we're not going to see it. You're not going to see it. You could put the Enchantress or the Hoodwink with you and just roll around. Maybe the Ench just throwing in some spears while on the, put your horse on a cart?
I mean, I want to see it.
But we're not gonna. We're not
No.
gonna see it.
Unless we go to like, you know,
Ultra late
120
game.
minutes, everybody has an Aghanim Scepter and one of them ends up on the center. You know, we had them lying
Yeah,
around.
you can say never. JG hunting for Kishka. Kishka will get spotted. Bro's in the Gleipnir, but he knows he has nothing to do here. So get CDR's courier for his efforts, and he dies on the enemy side of the map while the lane was pushing in. So you could say that's one of those good deaths.
Yeah, that's huge actually. That's 3 minutes of delay on CDR's Aghanim Scepter, which is something that would definitely...
No arena.
Yeah. Neon would be going for a fight, I think, if that item was delivered, and instead now they're like, well, I guess we just keep on farming forward.
But who will march on to glory? Team Tough, they are leading the series 1-0. Just a win away from claiming the championship here at the Rest Regional SCA second tour. Neon, if they tie it up, it will be a decisive game 3.
I do still favor Neon on this particular map. See the tier 4 neutrals come out now. You've got Aviana's Feather coming in for the DK, and this is precisely one of those reasons why the PA has an MKB of her own queued up right now. Between the evasion coming out from Radiance, as well as items like the Feather coming out now, you're going to have to secure your DPS. Once again, found on the gate. Bombi came through and
Yeah,
got
it seems like the
blown to
curse for
smithereens.
Neon, you know, that that twin gate has not been a friend. CDR spots Mamang Dayan. Ken looking for the stun here. They will stun up the Pango. Well, felt like it for a bit because he was stunned during the Rolling Thunder and he swashbuckled away, but very interesting interaction because he, by all means, should have been stunned the moment the Rolling Thunder ended, but he just kept walking away.
Kishka
Well,
dancing
wrapping
with
around
death.
here, Kishka. They're under vision. They'll spot the Hoodwink, but this is a prime place for a fight while the Lifestealer all by himself. They might kill a Hoodwink, but they might lose their carry for it. 4-2-3. Arena coming out. Seimei in front as well. CDR going low on HP, but gets the Infest just in time. He'll regenerate. Meanwhile, JG going to be balled up at the same time. Can they win this fight in the long run? 4-2-3. Speared away on the other side of the Lotus Pool. Gets another jump onto JG, and the Yules comes out. 4-2-3 will fall. Tsukimoto has to bail. The Ench is out, the Pango will fall, and it's just like you said before, the tanky cores on Neon. They find a way to keep themselves in. They kill Kishka, and the Infest from the Lifestealer into another almost full HP hero, just so that he can regenerate even further, and you start another round of fighting. JG survives, and Team Tough, oh, they are in big trouble again. If they can't get a full-on 5v5 happening at the same area, it's... They need that Hoodwink so badly.
They do. They need the extra DPS. The PA is simply too limited. She's only a single hero, and it takes so long for those targets to die, which is where your Aghanim Scepter doesn't really do all that much for you. You need to be going from target to target, kill to kill, and there are none kills to be had for her right now.
Neon, they've got some stellar scaling in this game with that. With the Mars, with the DK, almost hitting level 25, picking up that another set of talents. And both, like, even up to level 30, DK gets some really, really good talents to combine as a whole.
Dragon Blood, maybe not going to do the most for you this game, just because the PA will be breaking you pretty often.
Yeah, but if not, nobody else can really kill you with all that extra regeneration going your way.
Still takes it.
Smoke on smoke here. It is a ninja gear on the Mars. But a group smoke come out from Team Tough, and I see the TP coming in. CDR on the high ground. The jump from Seimei already reason, but the rage comes out and the stampede away. He wants to save his own life. Can they retaliate? BKB comes out. CDR's rage has run its course, and again Mamang Daya just struggling with his positioning again with the Rolling Thunder. Bubble save coming out from Castaway. Hoodwink coming in from the bottom side as well, and they've got the position. JG, lovely zoning ulti, but is it still going to be enough? The Lifestealer again jumps inside Castaway and keeps himself alive. JG low on HP, but is keeping the front alive as Seimei will drop. PA already died, buying back as well. 4-2-3 recognizing, oh, he doesn't even have a TP. He doesn't have a TP for this fight. They know the buyback's there, and Neon are looking to reset. JG goes out. CDR sticks around for a bit longer with Bombi and Ken. And 4-2-3 still running over. They're bringing in every little bit of regeneration that they can to keep this fight going, as now the Mars is running back in. Hoodwink is also running. He only just TP'd back home. He's looking to return to the fight. Tsukimoto scouted out by a DK. Illusion. And DK gets to jump out as well with CDR. Tsukimoto with the BKB trying to make a run for it. Low on HP. The Sproink comes out. The heals ain't going to be enough. And Mamang Daya needs 6 seconds for the Rolling Thunder to come out. He'll just sit in the fire. Buyback from the edge. Trying to catch anybody. They're on a life's thread right now. Mamang Daya again to the Twin Gate. Couple mines exploding. Roche is home. Roche is right there. Looking to hit the Pango. The illusions are keeping them out. And another ulti baited. Neon. Supreme position. And as the creeps are flowing inside the base of Team Tough, I think they finally cracked the defense so they can go to the Roche.
Neon simply outlasting Team Tough in this game and in this last fight here as well. All these buybacks, and for what? Roche goes Neon's way anyway. That's going to go straight into the pockets of CDR.
That's going to be a banner and an Aegis secured for Team Tough. Sorry, for Neon, not for Team Tough. Apologies.
I mean, the banner might as well be, right?
Yeah, that one they can claim.
Doesn't get left in the pit this time.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times. I mean, if today is patch day, I hope they do something to the banner, because it's underwhelming.
Underwhelming is a good way to say it. And it's like, nobody wants to visit Roche while he's at work anymore. They only ever wake him up at night. I still think he should.
You know, Radiant feel a bit unhappy with Roche #2. Because if we want a TP to take Roche on, we're getting a banner for it. Like, what the hell? While the fight coming out from JG, and they know there are buybacks, they need to save Kishka, but he's out. And it's not looking good for Team Tough, but they're looking to hold, trying their best. The DK is low, Castaway with a bubble save, drops the ulti, the disarm is there, onto the PA, but the Stampede used at the same time. One down, but here comes CDR, slicing his way through, make it 3 kills. And that looks like the end of Team Tough here in game #2. Neon, they tie things up here. There are no buybacks left to spend. Mamang Daya just trying his best to buy some time, tries to wear them down. Maybe he could get a kill on Ken, but not even that. GG's called. We're going to a game 3, Kips.
Yes, we are going to game 3, and I think from the draft, this one should have been, I insist it should have been easier for Neon. Certainly that laning stage could have gone better once again. But Team Tough showing off that they know the lanes better, they know the transition out of that better. And Neon Esports here really relying on the core idea behind all of those picks. Like, we're going to be too tanky for a PA to take down to finally make it out of that maze. But that was still a struggle.
Yeah, 17 minutes of a triple core lead for Team Tough, a 10,000 gold head start. But even if Mars was so far behind in this game, we could see JG's impact into this game and turn things around. But it's not just him. It's also the multitude of how Team Tough needs to approach the team fights. They need to target the Shadow Demon, then they have all these tanky heroes they need to get rid of out of the way. and how far can this PA's damage output carry us? Like, is there going to be a barrier of we're running out of damage, boys? Do we have enough control? Are we getting the fights that we want to? Just too many questions for Team Tough to answer, and this time it's just not enough. So Neon Esports, rightfully so, they tie this one up, and we're down to one final game, Kips. Game 3, both teams have had their share of success. They've had their good moments. They've had their maybe I wouldn't even say lowlights. I wouldn't say we've really seen any lowlights in the course of this series. Both teams are fighting neck and neck for that trophy.
They are, yeah, and they seem to be very evenly matched right now. So I'm very excited. Are we going to see any cheese picks for that last map? Maybe somebody saved some strats. I don't think that's a real thing, but who knows?
Who knows?
The last one is where you put everything on the table.
It's a world of chance. It's a world of opportunity, but we'll have to see what happens in game number 3. It's going to be the final game of this tournament in the grand finals. Don't disappear for too long. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the final game.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Oh, I see. We're back into our final game of this entire tournament. It's Neon Esports Team Tough. The grand finals is now at a stalemate. It's a best of one kips. We have one game to decide who gets to win the That's a mouthful. 25K up for the winner and $15,000 as well going for the second place. If I remember that correct, let me just double check. Yes, 25 and 15K. And of course, those important circuit points towards that LAN that we have at the end of this entire system. We have so many tours still up ahead, but important points up for grabs for both of these two teams.
Absolutely, and for Team Tough, it would be such a great continuation of their growth as a team if they get to play on that LAN. And for Neon Esports, it's going to be a very important experience as well. So I'm sure both of them looking especially at that over the prize money. You gotta always look at the long-term growth of your team, right? So this is the one. This is for all the marbles, and both of them, I think, have now learned what kind of things the other team punishes them for, what the other team will let them get away with. If you're talking about Team Tough, they're going to let us get away with the laning stage. Talking about Neon, they're going to let us have a one fight in the mid game at some point.
Yeah, how decisive is that going to be? But they're definitely going to let us have it at least. I mean, it was a first pick lifestealer that went into winning the game, and we saw some life with a same ace Centaur being the answer to it. I mean, sorry, the lifestealer was the answer to the Centaur. That's what I wanted to say. But there was some tips going on that you picked this lifestealer against my Centaur, and I'm killing you in the lane. But I think, CDR, he got the last laugh in the end, getting that victory on the board for the team. Is there something, brewing between both of these two teams? We already ran out of pause time for one side, and we had to continue, even though the player did manage to come back just in time before that timer ran out. I think there's a lot living, behind the scenes for both of these two teams.
Yeah, a lot of friendly rivalry here, certainly. And I think one of the things that's happening here is that because Mamang Daya is sort of like the bridge between these two units, as it were, that they have a lot more banter than usually when there's just a way bigger cultural divide, right?
Oh yeah.
So I really like to see these two bantering, tipping, old chatting. I don't know exactly what spell Mamang Daya was trying to cast in that last game, but
yeah. Maybe we'll summon an invoker for this game, but we'll have to wait and see as we're rolling out the first bans. Not too much based on what we've seen so far, but I'm looking at potentially these final two bans from Team Tough and the last one from Neon Esports to potentially be from the first two games. Is there something in particular that maybe struck your mind from game number 2 that should be ban worthy? Of course, they added the SD, but was that, or was it something else that you had in mind?
The SD was certainly a problem, but more so because of the way that the rest of the draft went. So Team Tough will take it out here. What do we let through then? Because that does mean these bans have been consistent for them being on first pick.
Radiant team ban.
Timbersaw, Willow, Batrider, Kunkka.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Neon, at least in their previous 2 series, they've opened up with their Hoodwink pretty early, either first pick or second pick. We've seen Brew, Centaur. We've not seen a Batrider first pick, though. So this hero that has been banned a couple times now slips through the banning stage. So adjustments. This is a hero Team Tough has liked to open, though.
Yeah, absolutely. They would have loved to get their hands on that. Not for them this time. Most likely going to go into the hands of Bombi.
Radiant team ban.
And that means, well, you know, we've said that Kishka has been a highlight reel on Tusk. Let's see if we can extend that a little bit, because this, you know, if this guy was playing on one of the big teams, this would be like OD Pixel would be losing his mind over this pick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is the return of the classic Playmaker 4, given physical shape in Kishka. He is phenomenally good on this Tusk.
Yeah, he is. And it's a threat in the lane, too. Like, if the pair is correct, you always have to fear if I extend too far, I'm going to get hit by shards. That means we're going to get like extra 5 to 6 right clicks during that time. The slows are going to be very hard to play against. So you can't just pick any hero now that you know that the Tusk is on the board. Because if you have these squishies, say you have Drow Rangers, maybe even a Luna, they will not have a good time if they find an avenue to jump or an angle to just jump on you right away and unify that damage output. Level 2 is a scary timing versus a Tusk lane.
Hugely, and we've seen them combine this with literally everything from offlane Razors and Kunkkas all the way down to I think a cheeky Brewmaster at some point. It's they know their way around this hero. Might see a Crystal Maiden later on to pack some more punches. Maybe they're going to be looking at... Actually, with that Batrider on the board, what would you say for the potential of an Omninet to come through later on?
Dire team pick.
I mean, Omni works, yeah. I think I'd still need to see a bit more to see if an Omni Knight fits this particular game. I like this Gyro as an idea for a carry. Looking at a 4 Tusk and a 1 Gyro. Unless they want to play 5 Tusk and a 4 Gyro. That's their support opener. At least it's a flex pick, so Team Tough can still move it around as much as they want. But, yeah, I mean, any hero that I particularly had in mind was if Tusk was not a 4 pick, you'd look at your Nyx Assassins. You maybe consider like a Puck in your mid lane the later stage. Heroes that either prevent the lasso from going through, or if it does, you have a way of counteracting it with your own play. Or just nuking the hero right away with the Nyx Assassin, for example. Just walk into the fire and get done with it. You know, get rid of the Batrider as soon as you can. This is a smart pick, at least if this Gyro were to be a carry. And in the laning matchup, it could be a bit... I wouldn't say it's rough for the Brewmaster, but he has his ways of, you know, isolating targets, adds a lot of control. Very tanky hero. You got an offlaner that also naturally pushes objectives down. In a big team fight, brings a lot of presence. Brewmaster is kind of like this all-in package.
Yeah, your team fight is pretty much secured when you have a Brewmaster. He's not quite the same as a Fangolier, but of course you do get to play him from the offlane a whole lot better than you do for the Pango. So best, you know, all-in-one team fight pick I think that you can have.
I'm trying to find JG's Brewmaster though. Just bear with me for a second. I want to see. He's got 10 games on the hero. It's not exactly a lot, but he's played it versus Salvation Gaming in a win. Also played it a month ago for the PGL closed qualifiers. That did not quite lead into a victory. He's got a couple of games. And there's the Hoodwink. We were expecting them to secure it in the early stages. They will do exactly that again.
Yeah, good opportunity though for this Tusk Snowball to dodge some of those sharpshooter shots. And now Team Tough is gonna tell us what they want, what they really, really want.
What do they pair with the Tusk here? Because you don't really see your carry matchup here, but there is room for a Dawn 3. They don't want the Dawn. You still got plenty of options to consider. Already kind of a preemptive pick, you know, the Shadow Demon band, the Centaur band. Lifestealer could always be a looming threat. They're going to bring out the Slardar.
I don't think you should do this unless you know for sure that you have a way to flex this hero, though. Like, I'm hoping that they're ready to bring this up for a carry position as well. Just because otherwise you might be in trouble. And the Morphling is banned out, though. Morphling is the most popular ranged carry right now. We don't really see any TBs, for example, which is something that the Slardar would not do too great against. And you've been bringing up the Drow a couple of times, but that also does not really exist in the game. And now the Willow.
So we're talking 5 Tusk or a 5 Willow now? I mean, Willow Gyrocopter makes sense because Tusk is a melee support that enables another melee cord so that they can play a duo melee lane.
Yeah.
And I just looked up. This is the first Slardar pick for Team Tough in the course of this tournament. They did play it in Tour 1, but they haven't played it in Tour 2.
I presume it was Seme Tour 1? Yeah, because there's the Troll.
And we suspect this to be off lane. So you pick a hero that survives the lane. Troll Warlord makes a lot of sense here. I don't think you necessarily want to play a carry Slardar now. You could play mid Slardar if the matchup is right. But I'm fairly sure we're going to see Seme pick up the Slardar. We got the Gyrocopter as the carry. And we're just missing our mids from both sides. The funny thing is, I've seen Troll played as a 3. I've seen him played as a 2.
As a 3? Which madman do we blame for that?
I've seen a couple Troll 3s here and there. Low rank, high rank.
I see. Because I was about to say...
because he's so strong in the lane. He's very hard to deal with.
Oh, he's one of the strongest individual laners in the entire game, and that's something that the Slardar will now have to contest with. I mean, we've seen Team Tough win lanes before that they have no business winning, so they certainly have the tools. Angle.
All right, you wanted some spicy picks. I mean, I'm just waiting for a Dazzle pick here.
Ooh.
Minus armor on top of minus armor. Team Tough could look scary with the flak cannon. Since they also banned out the Morphling, there's no natural counter to the Gyrocopter as well, necessarily from the mid lane. Seeing that Troll coming out there.
I really like that suggestion because it's also very hard to gotcha pick a Dazzle out of the lane. It's like, oh no, you picked Dazzle, now we're gonna dunk on you. No, there's no lanes that Dazzle loses really hard.
And you talk about dunks, there's already the Brewmaster. There's no room for an axe. The Shallow Grave counters the Troll ulti. So even if you play it as a core, you still have the Grave at your disposal. Spamming out abilities. Getting even more benefit for the Gyrocopter. There's a lot of natural synergy in that. Another hero that I'm also considering is OD. But of course, for Neon Esports, you'd have to pick in first, and you don't get the Caudal, you don't get the Pango. They ban out the Sniper. Are we looking at Puck Viper? Puck. All right, there we go. So Puck is... I think you can pick OD or Dazzle here. If you really want a kicker.
And both of them would do really well. I mean, the OD is the most natural counter to the Troll Warlord in the game, I'd say.
10 seconds remaining.
Either remove him or his target when the Troll is ulting, and voila, no lifesteal dead Troll. Also good in the long fights. I do think that the Dazzle would really put a nail in the coffin as far as the damage output of Team Tough goes, though, because they will be through the roof. I think Mamang Daya should bring that out.
Something to consider. It is the last game, so if you want to bring out something spicy. Funny thing is, Meepo could also work. And I know he plays it.
Yeah, you could also Meepo this game.
He hasn't
It's
just
gonna be
played. He hasn't
annoying,
played
though.
Meepo in a very, very long time, though. So it could be a hero that's fallen off of his hero pool completely.
Yeah, normally you have a certain kind of like, you know, a favorites list out of everything that you want to play, and it's entirely possible that if you haven't played in a while, you're not really feeling it, you don't do it. And teams are really going down to the wire here, and this is not what I wanted to see.
I'm actually quite happy with this. That's another extra bit of late game scaling for this team. The Void Spirit is so much fun to play. The further the game goes, I think he does pretty well with this Puck matchup too. Aghanims has a lot of benefit here, silencing the Puck, the one thing that Puck hates. And a way to get out of the Troll. A way to get away from the Batrider. Also enable them to close out a bit as well. I think I like this Void Spirit pick. Normally I'd say, like, yeah, I see a lot of offlaners that... mid laners that could definitely look better. But I'm putting my faith in Mamang Daya on this one. I know Ken Puck is really damn good, but I like the answer, and I feel like this is also a player call that I feel I can win this matchup. And I can also provide a lot for the team. So this has to be a player call, a player preference. Pick me the Void Spirit. I'll show you what I'm made of.
Yeah, but he certainly does have to deliver now, because we've seen the Void Spirit
he does.
versus Puck matchup change throughout time, even as these two heroes themselves have not changed that much. And I don't think that this is a particular win for either side anymore. As you said, you get the silence at some point, which the Puck really hates, but before that, Puck is the one with the silence, and you really hate it. And your damage output is very much capped. So what I see this at, I think, is a hero that gives vision of the backline and makes sure the Team Tough gets to pull off this elaborate targeting that they normally like to do. Because they didn't really have a hero to scout for them before. And I think that, more than anything, is going to be the function that Mamang Daya has to fulfill for this team here over other options that would, in my opinion, do better in like the consistent damage department.
Well, ladies and gents, the final game is underway. Neon Esports versus Team Tough. And also, quick reminder, all of you people, as you can see on screens right now, there's a QR code. Scan that. Get yourself some, a nice 1xBet application where you can check up and keep yourself up to date with all the games that are going on. So that QR code is also accessible on the stream as well. And the odds as well, favoring Neon Esports quite heavily. Going into this final game, they did have the advantage throughout the series. Neon did drop that first game versus Team Tough and got themselves the tie in game number 2 with a true performance. Now I just wonder, the mostly Mongolian roster of Team Tough, if they're ready for the challenge. You already talked about the points that they could bring up for themselves, could put them in a better position. They already got some points from the first tour. They could take the lead here from SEA by winning this game. That extra 100 points would put them ahead of the rest.
It would. It's so close now that they can smell it. Alright, who's gonna fight? Well, nobody's gonna fight the Tusk on level 1.
Yeah, leave us waiting for the bigger skirmishes to happen later on. I'm just curious to see how this laning stage is going to kick off, because of course the Puck has great damage output, but of course the Void Spirit 2 Universal Hero. Ever since this hero got changed from Intelligence into Universal, he just gained a massive output into his right-click damage.
very much favored in the laning stage now. And another change, by the way, is that we do see Tsukimoto picking up the Tusk. So I was hyping up Kishka, but he is going to be the one taking it up instead. No slouch, of course, but not quite the same as a highlight reel. Instead, we see Kishka on the bottom lane on that Dark Willow.
Yeah, they had to balance out the lanes a bit, you know. Though Tsukimoto looks like he might be first blood potential here. The blood grenade will take it. So Bombi goes for first blood here with the Hoodwink. And everything spent there for that kill, and it is the Apple. It takes the win in the end.
Now lots of damage onto Kishka as well. I think these are 2 kills.
It definitely is. Neon for the second one too. Castaway, CDR making the magic happen. They are trying to retaliate in the top lane onto the Hoodwink, and they will. So that's also Team Tough scoring a kill for themselves. Although it is Tsukimoto that brings this one up. It's basically the Hoodwink spent on resources. But you got to keep an eye open on that HP pool. It's not exactly the highest on the Hoodwink, so you constantly got to be on your toes. Watch your positioning out there in the laning stage. Like, these are... There's so many small things going on in the laning stage that we normally don't talk about too much. But it's a fine balance between keeping the lane as it is, or if it's going to slide completely out of control, where your discipline has to be elite.
Slowly,
see this attempt onto the Brewmaster. Potential kill here with the Rocket Barrage, but the creeps are tanking it as well, but it's going to be enough for Tsukimoto to secure it. So they will get themselves a second kill in the top lane. Both of them going for the Tusk, and Gyro picking up the assists.
Yeah, and this is a very clear choice, right? Whoever this Tusk is in, this is the lane that's going to be making the moves. And if you wanted that to be on bot, you should have put the Tusk there. Instead, it's going to just be the Willow. We're going to take that lane a little slower, and it is 423 who's going to be accelerated. Points into Rocket Barrage. Easier to fight.
Yeah, it is going to be a brawly lane. So what you want out of your Tusk 5 is guarantee, or at least grant him opportunities to continue fighting. His boots get killed from the Courier. Bombi on point with that Courier snipe. That should give away potentially a ward positioning, that they have some deep vision here.
Yeah, what you gonna deward it with, though? I guess a center that you fly in on your new Courier.
Yeah, and you don't know exactly where it is. Is it a deep ward? Is it behind the tower? Is it on the edge of the stairs, like it is in this case? You need your sentries to potentially block camps. At least Tsukimoto's getting the best out of the hard camp. Dewarded and left open. Be able to connect a pool of his own creep wave, so that will allow them to apply some pressure onto the Brew.
Radiant are scanning.
And in the meantime, it's so peaceful on the rest of the map. CDR winning the lane handily versus the Seme Slardar. Kishka coming in for that rune control. No runes for the pot. Pull that bottle with.
I love how they've been buying so many tangos on the side of Neon that if you look at their shop, it's on cooldown. No tangos available. Gonna have to wait for the restock to take place. But it seems like it is delivering some results. They will pick up Seme. Take down the Slardar for the first time. He's not really enjoying his laning stage too much. This is, of course, a lane that you kind of had to sack in a way. Troll is super hard to play against, and then you have a support bat, which just makes this life a living hell for the Slardar. Already 10 CS ahead, and almost catching up in denies.
Also losing his Courier. Seme so much damage, and he only just returned to the lane. Is this another death?
It very much like be it. Throwing axe is available. He's at 155 movement speed, and of course, Castaway. Sticky napalm around. And then you have the blood grenade. Very annoying to play against. They are going to attempt onto the troll, though. Drop him low, Kishka. Nice, fair attempt. Just not quite enough.
Oh, it's so risky. If you engage into the Bat Rider, you are committing fully, even if you're still at range. He will walk you down. Bit low in the mana department right now, though. Going to wait for that Bassi to take him back up. Gives an opportunity.
Get the poke 4-2-3 at the same time, so potentially a carry kill on the other end of the map too. Snowball barely connects. Tsukimoto has the shards, and he'll try to trap Bombi in at 4-2-3. Turns around for a kill opportunity, and he might get it, but the bushwhack connects, and it latches onto the gyro, and that will take 4-2-3 out of play. Seimei calling in a lag pause. I think JG is done for. He has a blood grenade on him, and Tusk is still continuing to hack away. So they'll find a response kill, but losing the gyro for the first time, levels will be guaranteed on the side of Neon. They're both already at level 4 with the Brew and the Hoodwink. So very important openings. Every kill you can score will slow down the opposing cores as much as possible, because that means that the even if Gyro is topping the net worth right now, he doesn't get away from the rest of the pack. And there's a return kill from Tsukimoto to JG, as already discussed on the pause.
Exactly. You're looking at separation. You're looking at separation from the pack in terms of levels or in terms of an item advantage. Especially at the start, what you're trying to do is you're trying to give away kills on your support in trade for your core not dying and getting all of the EXP that's flying around in that lane.
And we talked about this mid matchup. Mamang Daya, he's almost 800 gold ahead of the puck. So huge victory with this Void Spirit. And now comes his first rotation towards the bottom lane to relieve the pressure off of Seimei. A very optimistic attempt. The root will not connect. Both jumps used. Puck's coming in as well. And another teleport as the Hoodwink is here. The coil will be spent. Mamang Daya trying to make a run for it, but he's got no abilities remaining. And the turnaround will lead into Bombi getting a kill. The Acorn bouncing back and forth. Castaway trying to slow down Kishka. They'll get to use the Shadow Realm poke. Force them back. But they will lose the Void Spirit on their first rotation. And that's not what you wanted.
No, and what I especially don't want is for Mamang Daya to feel so forced. They were so desperate to get that go. He uses both steps to go in. Everybody knows what happens when a Void Spirit uses both steps for going in. One's for going in, the other one's for going out. And they didn't even feel like having the patience to wait, and now...
And there goes
They're
Slardar.
to lose Seimei as well, yeah.
They get their opening on the Slardar. He's so close to dying, though. It doesn't look like it's actually going to be enough. The 1 point in Guardian Sprint will bring him back to safety. But he will have to go all the way back home. Meanwhile, the Hoodwink is getting jumped on. Teleport away during that Shadow Realm, so Willow will also be fine. But bottom lane, dead lane.
Yep. Absolutely destroyed now. This time, nothing for Seimei to miraculously worm his way through. In versus a lifestealer, you can outmaneuver him, right? A troll, there's no maneuvering around a troll. He just switches to ranged form.
Tusk has rotated bottom, but is scouted out by a Watcher. Tsukimoto,
well,
does he get the backup from 4-2-3? Maybe they do. CDR, he doesn't have level 6 on the troll. They're going to lose him here. They will get the Tusk kill. But it's going to be Bombi going down as well by the looks of it. Will be shown by the Sinister, the Sinister Gaze, the Corrosive Haze. Almost the same thing, but not quite.
This is how you know you're a real play-by-play, because you're thinking about the sounds that you're going to make.
It is a pretty sinister, you know.
Yeah, and it's watching you. Sinister Gaze, Corrosive Haze. I can feel something Shakespearean brewing there.
Yep. Just need a bit of Jimi Hendrix into the mix, you know. Purple Haze!
This is not where I was going to go, but you know what? You're a man of rock and roll. I should have expected it. Gaia farms aggressively.
Underboard Ken is here. Coil comes out. Still no points in Dissimilate. He got to pop the regen rune, but he needs to get out. The silence is there as well. He's juking it nicely. And he might just get a kill with it too. He will. All he needs is to distance a little bit more. And there we go. He's going to come back to full HP. All that effort. And he's already feeling somewhat healthy enough to actually just walk away. But here comes 4-2-3. You look at your carry Gyro as a support Gyro at this moment. He's in the enemy jungle. Troll coming in from the other direction. Tsukimoto rolling in onto the Batrider. But the Tusk has spent everything, and he's just trying to look for a deny here. He won't get it. Everybody brought to the party.
That has been Team Tough's MO. And you can see there, once again, they realize they're in too deep, which means that Tsukimoto goes in on the flank, everybody on the enemy team turns around to focus him, and it means that the rest can get away safely, especially that gyrocopter, who is definitely overextended. You know, you got a Falcon Blade in your pocket and an itch to use it.
On the positive side for Team Tough, even if the fight doesn't quite go as planned, it does draw everybody away from the Slardar, which Seimei has been desperately begging for.
Oh yeah, he would love to not be the center of attention for a while.
And he almost gets a kill for himself. The lasso is there though, but it might just be Seimei to drop first. He really wants this kill, but he won't get it. It's going to be Kishka. He's just going to drop the fear on top of the troll. Ken's got that 80 rune. Willow. 3 seconds for another route, and the teleport's available. Ken, 2 more seconds for an orb. That's what he needs to dodge, but the bushwhack comes out. The orb will be enough to kill him. With that being said and done, all that chasing going on, they kill off Seimei, they lose a hero for it, they finish off Kishka, the mid tower takes a bit of a beating. And now 4-2-3 also gets a bit of room, but Neon, the moment they get that kill, instantly rotate to top, take over the area.
No, they're absolutely ready to reinforce this Brewmaster, who has a primal split with the Gyrocopter's name on it. And this has been by far the best laning stage that Neon have had. Really sharp.
Yeah, big difference to the previous 2 games. But does that mean, now that their laning stage goes much better, that they should, you know, according to the script, should they win the game?
I'd say they've got themselves a pretty good shot here, especially on account of the Slardar not snowballing at all. And this is a hero that hard commits.
Cast away. He gets surrounded by hostiles. TPs are coming in. The Hoodwink coming in with the Brewmaster, chasing Seimei. Shards coming out. It will slow down the Hoodwink just enough. Tsukimoto still sticking around behind the tower. And they are picking out a Glyph ward with all this activity and all this movement going on here. Batrider's like, yep, there's a ward here. Just check it out. Yep, there it is. Good read.
The Gyrocopter is here again. 423 just cannot stay away from this bottom lane.
And I love how he's top net worth but playing with the team.
It's really quite impressive. I mean, the way that the kills were going in the laning stage definitely enabled him to, you know, he kept investing in the Rocket Barrage, and the Rocket Barrage kept giving right on back to him.
This is what you see a lot from players who especially have been playing off lane. Do they see an opening to rotate to relieve the pressure, or at least know the heroes that they play? Because if you have, say, a Faceless Void or something like that, you don't expect your carry to necessarily rotate, even if they have a Chronosphere. Because they're happy, you know, just living in their own lane, just farming their own creeps. And then suddenly you have this Gyrocopter with the cooldown just showing up. But let's see what happens here. They actually smoke on smoke. The Willow will be caught here. Mamang Daya trying to drop down the Remnant, but it's already good night time for Kishka. Coil still up for Ken. There's the shield rune on the Void Spirit. Ken trying to break through it.
Good luck. Yeah, that rotation coming in a little bit late because JG was keeping 2 heroes busy with the Primal Split up there, but didn't actually get any kills. And now that's Primal Split down without actually getting the top tower, which is usually the way that these things go for a Brewmaster.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. You know, that first Primal Split, you wanna get a kill with it.
Or a tower, or both. As we see some mind games played. Mamang Daya's just a little short. That is the Remnant.
Not getting taunted today. Meanwhile, looking at a quick glimpse on itemization. Got a Solar Crest rush for the Batrider. We have our Battle Fury almost ready on the Troll. Meanwhile, Ken actually goes down to Mamang Daya and Kishka.
That is unfortunate.
So that means Puck, who has the Oblivion Staff, and the full Witchblade was coming on the Courier, but never arrived.
Painful. And this was a very important moment because you are counting your days as a Puck until the Aghanim Scepter of the Void Spirit comes in, and he's only 1,000 gold off right now.
such a great item to have. Meanwhile, they find the Hoodwink. Snowball is there with the Bedlam on the Tusk. And he's trying to teleport away, and I think he should be successful in doing so. Coil misses completely by Ken, and they brought everyone here. The whole team, and they don't get to retaliate.
This is exactly what Team Tough's playstyle does to you. You get taught that you need to react in force because Team Tough will bring everybody. It's like, yeah, either put him up or leave. And okay, Neon says, okay, we're putting him up, come fight me. And Team Tough's like, haha, actually, this time we only brought 2.
And they seem to do it so effortlessly sometimes as well. Like Team Tough, they kind of get under your skin with this, with all this movement going on.
Yeah, like they're not sitting still. They're not, you know, standing there ready for your punches. You don't really get a time to get your own game plan off unless you're actively ready to ignore what they're doing and saying, no, we're making our own move anyways. And that requires strength because it means that you start by trading, not by completely winning. Know what I'm saying? And it's hard for teams that want to play dominant to accept that their moves actually are going to have downsides. Of course, you should always face the downside. Except for that one fight in the mid-game. That one fight in the mid-game, you get everything.
Yeah, it's just that one fight, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And then the whole balance of power takes a bit of a dip. There's an aggressively farming Castaway Batrider here.
Yeah, he deserves to die. He knows it.
We'll soak it up for the team. It's like, yep, I found the enemy. In their own jungle. What are they doing in their own jungle? You know, that's the classic.
Yeah. Hey, you're supposed to be in my jungle. Alright, Aghanims. Finished. AoE. Silence on the Resonant Pulse. Yes. As well as a reasonable damage upgrade. 5 for 2, getting more charge. And we've already not seen a lot from Ken this game, and now certainly we're going to see even less of him. He does not want to get caught by that. That threat is always there.
Well, until he finishes the Blink, it's really down to, does Team Tough find a kill before the Blink is available for the puck? And that's 400 gold short, so they need to find him right now. But there's a scan. One team is suspecting Roshan, the other is suspecting a gank.
You know who's quietly recovered, by the way? Same A.
Yeah, he's at the space. He's at the time. Echo Blink. Gotta love those games when your offlaner is allowed to farm.
And all it took was for 423 to poke his head through the portal a couple of times. Still raining at the top of the net worth charge, and it's really up to Neon to now decide to make a move here, but we're really only going to do it with 4. There, Troll Warlord. CDR hasn't been the player to risk his life in fights like this, and Troll Warlord is so hard to, you know, casually come in. You don't have an ult to throw in like a Luna or a Gyrocopter or even an anti-mage. You don't get to like step in, pop some big spell, and then, you know, grab a couple of kills, wave bye-bye again. Like, you have to hard commit into these fights.
Yeah. Well, the Blink is now ready on the puck. Almost a BKB up on the Troll. Everybody is just quietly farming their items. Team Tough with a 4k lead. 19 minutes in. Kishka shown in the mid lane as the smoke is on its way. So Kishka will be revealed here with Bompy jumping in. Missing the bushwhack, though. And no kill. Bit of a mistake there. That was supposed to be a guaranteed kill, but guess not.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, maybe this lures Team Tough into a false sense of security. Okay, their gank has already happened, but...
They're coming to respond, though. The coil does connect onto the Tusk, but it's not catching Mamang Daya as it's just waiting. Can we still turn this around? Slardar is also joining in the fray. Gets pushed all the way into the hard camp, and now Willow getting caught with a lasso. You will buy some time, but it doesn't look like they're happy to take this fight at all, so they'll let this one slide. Neon gets the push. And they found the Void Spirit as well with the Storm Ruling, but he's too deep. Too deep to jump him there. They know the Aghanims is a powerful tool from among Daya. But 4k lead into a 2k lead.
very nicely done. By getting the two supports there, you really guarantee that the enemy can't counter-engage, and especially not when that Brewmaster also very handily plopped down an urn charge, or should I say a Spirit Vessel charge on the Slardar, which meant no blink counter-engage for Seimei.
An attempt onto the puck, missing the stun, Seimei. That could have been an easy kill, you know. 1100 HP, doesn't get the blink out.
I mean, easy. It is a puck. I think you need Mamang Daya for the job.
Yeah, don't underestimate the Slardar here. He's quite in a quite healthy position, and as you can see, healthy enough to head into the Roche pit. It shouldn't take too long.
Absolutely not. I mean, the extra minus armor, damage from the tusk. This Gyrocopter is going to be aged up pretty soon. Actually, what do you give it to Mamang Daya?
He's a decent Aegis carrier, sure. But I feel like maybe the Gyro's also hitting a timing of his own. That BKB is 150 gold short.
No, I think you're right here, and especially I think I've argued myself against giving Void Spirits Aegis before, just because they're charge based, which is not quite as bad as being a transformation hero, but it's close.
Yeah, it's like 5-second cooldown. Basically the time you spend dead, it's probably not enough to get any of your abilities back up. So Gyrocopter probably has more impact in a singular flat cannon. Guess that's how they see the game right now. I mean, he is in a pretty healthy shape. Forcing out the glyph. Can Neon respond with a tier 2 of their own? As CDR is going to go for the push into the top lane. Have to keep in mind, this is a troll without a shard yet. He has BKB and Battle Fury, so you don't get that extra attack speed. Not quite yet. They're keeping into mid, though. We might get ourselves a fight. Mamang Daya showing himself already with the first Resonant Pulse used. The coil latches, breaks the stun. Can he distance himself out? Yes, he can. The Flame Break even pushes him further, and the Tusk does have Snowball. But again, Team Tough, do they feel like fighting? Maybe 4-2-3, half HP on this Gyrocopter. Shows up, and he gets thrown into the air. Bombi is low. Mamang Daya cleaning out the Brewlings, and now the Brewmaster himself will be targeted. 4-2-3, has CDR right on top of him, pops his BKB and trying to get that, but the Snowball will wear out that BKB timer, and the ulti comes out finally. Tsukimoto, he's gonna go and help out his boy. Mamang Daya dropping low on HP, but the Void Spirit will live, and the Troll has been kited, and he's gonna get kited to his death, as Ken does manage to snipe at the backline at the same time, getting a kill at least for Neon. They will lose 2. Seimei finished his recipe, but not finished his BKB just quite yet. Tries to land the stun, but Puck will just jump away. But Aegis is out.
Aegis is out, but a one fight for Team Tough there nonetheless. Really showing off how they're waiting for the Brewmaster ulti to be over before counter-engaging themselves. And man, Tsukimoto, you know, I'm very sorry for hyping up Kishka so hard at the start, because he's a really good Tusk player in his own right. He bought so much time during that fight.
He did. Like a lot of space creation and a lot of enabling of his allies. Enabling in a good way.
Can you enable? Oh yeah, you can enable in a bad way.
You can enable in a bad way, yeah.
Definitely.
But this has definitely been a good show. The thing is, Neon, they're approaching their timing of the Troll Warlord.
Yes.
That is something you need to keep an eye open for, is this Troll timing. Once he gets there, it pairs up nicely with the Puck. And of course, the Brewmaster not necessarily does a huge amount with that Radiance. It helps. It will add some extra damage output. It's not a lot of damage that you do per tick, but you have to think about overtime. And how long are these fights lasting? Troll has an ulti, which enables that. You have Shadow Realms, you have Glimmer Capes, Snowballs.
No, exactly. We saw Team Tough buying a ton of time in that last fight in order to get a favorable condition for themselves. But with the extra damage of the Radiance added, longer fights might not necessarily be to their favor anymore.
Smoke up from Team Tough there, leading in the mid lane. Trying to find somebody in the triangle, but they're gonna find it completely empty. Unless CDR. No, he's not gonna walk up to the triangle camp, but he's going for the other one. And they're on their way. Not sure if they got spotted here. He might have caught a glimpse of it, but a BKB instantly popped by CDR, but he's down to nothing. Torn to shreds. The Tormenta is trying to help out Neon. At the same time, they're just going to clean it out all the way. Neon will not get to reply. So big kill for Team Tough, finding the enemy carry and the Tormentor on top of it. Big win.
Yeah, Tusk nearly gave the entire jig away by stepping into the creep wave. That's why the troll already started moving away.
And a pretty handy shard picked up as well for the Void Spirit from that Tormentor. Because you can no longer hit creeps. And every creep that basically would connect on it, they take extra damage for a second. So that's it's not really helpful against the creeps itself. But this big range, this is great for Roche protecting, for choke points. Trying to catch somebody in the trees with a taunt.
Great versus the Pucks of this world.
Yep, Puck especially, yeah. Like a hero that loves to be all over the place. Everywhere at the same time.
Once again, you can see Team Tough guarding 2 waves at once, while Neon only pushes a single one. As a result, we'll take down the tower faster, but does not have any control over the mid creep wave currently.
They're not gonna focus on the tier 2 towers just quite yet, even if the waves are pushing in, because they see an opportunity for a smoke. Are they too late for it though? Bat under vision. There goes Seimei. Spots the Bat Rider. Just look for a kill on his own. Doesn't look like nobody else is gonna be connecting on top of it, but they'll pop his BKB just for good measure. Not sure that was needed.
No, they were doing that so casually. The rest of the team was just ignoring, sweeping past.
Of course, you can never know when you're in the river, when there are so many high ground positions around you that anybody could jump you at any second and turn things around. And of course, it might have looked like the Batrider was trying to do something, but Tsukimoto kind of reveals himself there with the tag team.
Steps out of harm's way, though.
It's a very cautious game.
It is quite cautious. CDR does not want to full engage. Seimei would rather see a good opportunity first as well.
Smoking on a high ground can be always risky. They're right on the edge of it. 4-2-3, the smoke pops off of the troll. He's the only one to be shown here, going back and forth. Looking pretty hectic with his movement. Walks into a root. 4-2-3. Will continue hitting the tower. Rocket connected onto the Brewmaster. He's going to be stuck inside the shards. But, you know, status resistance from the Drunken Brawler. Doesn't even feel that stun. Bushwhack misses as the Yules lands out. The Tusk will go down. It will be just enough, and Mamangaya, a beautiful jump at the same time with Seimei, and maybe they can get the troll before anything is popped, but he guts his BKB, and there goes the Slardar. The fish gets gutted, and now 4-2-3 lassoed up, pops his BKB, 3.5k HP, and a Satanic. You cannot forget about that extra lifesteal, but the Flak Cannon now trying to regenerate some heals as CDR goes down, Bombi will fall, and Mamangaya, can he get this Batrider? He'll actually get the blink away. So in the long run, Team Tough, even if they get a huge jump at the start, it looked for a moment as if Neon could maybe turn it around with the troll, but they're just sufficient with the damage, because that's a 3.5k gyrocopter with a Satanic. So good luck with that.
Exactly. 423, knowing that he is the baddest guy on the block right now, stands his ground. Neon mistakenly believes that they can continue that fight. Which is, it's not hard to see where they were coming from, because the entire counter-engage of Team Tough failed.
We're at the 30-minute mark here. The odds are even. It could be either one. Neon, they came as the favorites into this grand finals. The win probability shows a bit of a different story, as we quickly saw there, a 75-25 for Team Tough, but it does not feel like a 75% game, even if they are 7k ahead. Same a bit unlucky there with the blink. Just BKB blink stunned on the spot. He might have just accidentally double-clicked.
A little unusual, but it doesn't mean they actually have to back off whatsoever. Or 23, strong as ever.
Won't have it, but is that enough for Neon to feel a bit safer positioning-wise, that there's no BKB? JG, they see the Brew, and he's going to get jumped on right away. The Brewmaster nuke. Can they kill him, though? It's so close. Yes, they can. And here comes the turnaround. CDR pops his BKB, but instantly only to run away. That Battle Trance not used. Ken, no coil for 30 seconds. That coil was previously used in the jungle. So they will get a Brew kill. But no tower to push. So maybe Roshan?
Maybe.
It's banner time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was the point of the joke, that it was so anticlimactic that, yeah, we don't really care about the banner.
Nobody does. Poor banner. I hope Ice Frog blesses it. Another Aegis into the pocket of this gyrocopter, who will be able to finish off the full crit with that as well.
That will help them with the push if they get the Aegis on them. Right now, getting to objectives when everybody is alive has felt like an impossibility for Team Tough.
It has been, because what you really need is the ability for the gyrocopter to burst through the Brewlings, especially in a single flag cannon. And right now, you've won the fights on your staying power. And that's something that if you bring in the full Daedalus, you might not have to do anymore. That's where the hurt starts.
I'm also looking at this from a perspective from Neon. The way that they're taking these team fights is they're always getting jumped on first when the big fights start, and they're stuck in the front. You never get to hit the back line. And I think the Puck is also spending a lot of time. Ken, who has so far kept this team together, if this Puck had an abysmal game, we'd see the results out of it. He is spending a lot of time trying to hunt the back line, but he can't hit the Tusk, because Tusk is a frontline support. And what do you do when Willow presses W? Well, you guess
there's a lasso into the base.
Maybe they can burn out the Aegis here. 4-2-3 is quite deep in. Same gets the stun out, but they're losing the Puck, and there goes Ken. We just talked about him, and he's already out for the count. JG, Primal Split is gone, and 4-2-3 is just wreaking havoc inside the Radiant base. Troll gone for 70 seconds. That's the ticket they needed. Forcing out the glyph. The tier 3 is in peril. They'll get another glyph right after it to protect their buildings, but the thing is, they don't have buybacks right now. Do Team Tough recognize that? They're going to figure out in a moment that, hey, they're not actually buying back for these buildings, so we're going to get a free lane of racks. We can maybe get 2. Creeps are walking back in, so backdoor protection is instantly cancelled. And Mamang Daya's hunting in deep. He's trying to get a reaction. Gleipnir coming out. Bushwhack from Bombi. Sieging with all the, or at least trying to prevent the siege with any ability that they have. Kishka's low on HP. Glimmer saved. Another Acorn shot attempt, which would have killed him. But he's able to get out with the safety of the Invis. 4-2-3 continues going. 10 seconds for the Puck to be back up. He'll have coil. 20 for the Troll. The Troll is the real timer here that they're keeping an eye open for because of that Aegis on the gyro.
And that jump there showing that Neon fundamentally don't quite understand as a team how to take these fights right now. And you started on it by talking about what the Puck exactly needs to do and how hard it is for him to play this game.
Yeah,
you can
what
see
the
their
Puck
castaway.
indeed.
Yeah, what the Puck? Because he grabs the enemy carry, drags him into the team, and as a result, 423 stands there and goes like, okay. That's not the reaction that you want out of the enemy carry when you drag him into the base. He did not have to care. And so, who do you open up on exactly? Because it's not the carry, there is not a good backline to jump. How does Neon start a fight when it's their choice?
It's a bit of a game 2 dilemma, isn't it? You know, because it was Team Tough who were facing that issue with the PA. Like, they're all too tanky. Like, Who's the one to take down? Snowball deep by Tsukimoto, followed up by Mamang Daya. They're all stacked up in one spot right now with the BKB pop from CDR and his ulti. He wants to make sure that he can stay alive and take down this Void Spirit. That would be the way to go, and they've taken down 2. Buyback coming in from the Tusk instant with Brewmaster dropping low, and the Troll's got no ulti right now. CDR's going to go down, and he's again out for 70 seconds. And the Brewmaster will follow suit. Tsukimoto will buy back in, but it is still a 3v3. But Gyrocopter can work out that tier 2 tower. There's nothing that's going to stop him from this push.
What an absolutely beastly performance from 423 this game. From the laning stage to his early rotations, always staying at the top of the net worth, and now here, standing his ground every single time. And it's so easy for his team to play around this, because all you need to do is throw yourself in, get the enemy to commit to a fight, and if you die or not, it doesn't matter. 423 is going to show up and salvage the thing for you.
He's just picked up a butterfly, so more issues for the Troll. Because he needs an MKB, and he won't have it.
He does not want to lose his Aegis right now. Might be
the call down. He'll continue sieging. 20 seconds for the Troll. Very low on the Gyrocopter. Ken needs it just a little bit more, but no. Disappears out of vision. Tsukimoto, he might die back for this. He's got no way out. They're just going to lasso. Make sure that the Tusk will die, but the Gyro makes his way out.
Yeah, I think 423 a little greedy there. I think you'll lose your Aegis instead. And that engagement looks different, but I don't think he's feeling too bad about it. You lose your Tusk. That's whatever. You just go back, reset. It still takes such a long time before anybody on the enemy team can even touch you.
And now he's also got himself a rocket barrage rocket barrage missile even.
A missile full of missiles.
Yep. Yeah, tough for Neon. You know, like CDR is gonna need an MKB now too. It's a game where this Troll feels like I need like 3 more items to have an impact.
Well, that is roughly the amount of items he's behind on the Gyrocopter, so it's not strange.
Yeah, 1 + 1. 10,000 net worth between the 2 carries. One is 9, 1, and 7. The other is 4, 7, and 10.
It's a rough game. Yeah, most of the net worth you have to leverage is on Ken right now, who did just upgrade into a Parasma, so his damage output once again increased considerably. And man, if this was any other team, you know, you'd wait for level 25 on your Gyrocopter, but this is Team Tough we're talking about. We're just going again.
And you gotta consider as well, there's a lot of scaling room still for Neon, but you got to get to that phase. Mjolnir Axe, especially for the Puck with the level 25 talent and the Shard, there's still a lot of good stuff this Puck could get. But are we ever gonna get to that phase? Because Neon, they need to keep their base alive. They don't have a single tier 3 anymore. Top and bottom both gone. Racks are open. They leave the base for too long. Creeps might just do the job for them. Pushing again. Gyro in the front. He is soaking up a real cascade of abilities.
That's why he's soaking. Gyro's just pissed. There's a knife waiting with him.
Yeah, Brewmaster maybe had a bit too much to drink as he's, you know, standing in his own puddle.
It's not a party until the floor is sticky.
2-3 charging in the front again. Seimei trying to draw some attention from the Brewmaster. Nice dispels flying their way, so they won't be able to hold this Brewmaster in place for too long. But that's a big nuke. That was 1,600 damage almost dealt in a quick go. Seimei ready for another blink go. Maybe this next time they do it. Primal Split forced out. The lasso in the back. They caught Mamang Daya. Maybe they can get the Void. No, he pops his BKB. And there goes the Batrider. And Seimei fighting versus CDR. He'll keep bashing him away. 4-2-3 continues to hammer on with his BKB already forced out. He's just tearing them to shreds with that Daedalus. And the Brewlings, oh, the poor Brewlings. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run. At least he saved one of them so he can continue splitting. But the thing is, there are creeps flowing in. They're trying to get the creeps out of the way, but the melee racks, no backdoor protection. A second lane of racks secured for Team Tough.
And this time, I mean, good opening found by Castaway there. I think that is one of the best opportunities that I've had up until now. But Mamang Daya has got that status resist with the Kaya Sanche. Just can't keep him down long enough.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
This is not going to take too long with those tier 3s already out of action. Mega creeps are looming in the air. Seimei with a stun will follow it up on the Hoodwink. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this might just be the end of the run for Neon and Team Tough. They can smell the championship. They can smell victory. It's been a surgical game. It's been a very calm game. Also a very cautious one. And they're just 2 steps away from it anymore. Hoodwink gonna die. That's a dieback for Bombi. Troll can't do anything. Feared on the spot. Ken will try his best. But what is there left to do with just the 2 versus 5? Mamang Daya coming in with the instant buyback. And with this Brewmaster sent back into the air. Seimei dropping low. Puck has still got some damage down here. The lasso onto the gyrocopter. This is their opportunity into the fountain, but the Satanic not going to be enough. And they'll buy some time, but the Ancient is low. 1700 HP remaining. Mamang Daya and Kishka continue to go at it, but they don't have the damage anymore. Maybe with the gyro coming in for round number 2. So close to getting it down. Mamang Daya holding with his BKB. Kishka trying to do his best here. The gyro left all by himself. 800 HP. That's all he needs. Just hit the throne. Thrown into the air. Seimei coming in as well. They've lost 2. And now the gyro coming back onto the ground. 400, 300, 200. Just 2 more hits away from getting it. And they've done it. Team Tough for your championship. $25,000 richer. And the circuit points lead from Southeast Asia. Team Tough will take the victory at the Regional Series Tour number 2.
And in style, they have always taken risks along the way. They've sometimes gotten punished for those risks along the way as well. And with this ending here, certainly illustrating perfectly that they're a team that plays for the win every single time.
Absolutely, like with the skin of their teeth, they find their way in, and in this game, even if it was a very cautious game number 3, they got the start, they got the head start in the series. And even despite suffering a loss where they were a bit clueless what to do in game number 2 when they had too many issues to answer, game 3, very surgical. And like you said, 4-2-3, huge part of that victory in this game number 3. You rarely get to see your carry rotate like that through the portal behind the enemies and getting some success, because those are moments where you might just lose your carry, your core. The moment where you need to get to capitalize in that laning stage. In a lane where your pause 3 has already kind of lost the lane, come to salvage it and turn things around. Then they make space for Seimei to get back in. He provides with the slaughter as he's supposed to. And of course, Mamang Daya, beautiful timing for the Aghanims as well at 17 minutes. That is that really provided them with that big power spike to get themselves into this game. But Neon, we can't forget about them here. They brought the series into a tie, and I feel like game 3, it was held on by a thread. It felt like they could hit a timing, they could still scale in later, but they need to get to that point with the game still somewhat tied. But those fights just didn't go their way.
No, and ultimately I think the big difference maker is 423, where maybe if you punish him for those early rotations, you actually get to keep the game even. You get to force them into a longer game where your troll is actually equal on gold. But instead, with every one fight, 423 just creeps further and further ahead of you, and at some point he becomes this massive wall standing between you and victory, and at that point there was just nothing they could do anymore.
Yeah, there's always a limit to every team, but congratulations to Team Tough with the points that they accumulated from the first tour and now the second. They will take first place from Southeast Asia, and that much closer to qualifying to the main event later on this year. So they've absolutely earned it. I love to see the progress that this team has been making, improving their standings, improving their gameplay, and looking like a real tight unit. So I'm looking forward to some more action from Team Tough, but we're going to have to wait another tour. We've got a couple more coming our way from different regions, Kips, because in just 2 days' time, we're going back to South America.
Oh yeah, we're gonna follow up the Southeast Asian aggression with the South American aggression, which has always been like it's both spicy, but are different flavors of spicy, and I love to switch it up now and then. So yeah, very much looking forward.
On April the 19th, late in the evening, of course, for all the people watching in Europe, and maybe it could be already morning time for the people here watching in SEA for the South American tournament. So don't miss out on that. It's going to be another set of $50,000 up for grabs, and of course the RES points all the way to the top 8 positions. So there is a plenty to be given. And, of course, we want to see what SA has to prove for themselves because, of course, they will need their representatives for the LAN later on this year. But it is time to close out the show. Thank you so much for tuning in for the grand finals and, of course, for this entire tournament. It has been a really fun run. My name is Team Panda, of course, joined by my trusty companion Kips here on my side. We welcome you to the South American tournament starting in 2 days. But until then, everybody, folks, take care of yourselves. Good night and bye-bye.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.